voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People trying to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have it back. So I give a voice to those people who would never.
What is going on, Rev Game family? What's going on? Hold up 1 second. I'm trying to fix this behind me. Let me clear my throat. How we sound today, man? What's going on? Hash bro. I think people are creating narratives out of nothing. Like someone really framed him but left no evidence. Right. We're going to get into that today, right? We're going to get into that. I'm sure there'll be some calls about it. What's going on, Cody? Cody bullshit in the building. What's going on, my boy? You know? Mar R in the building. How we sounded today? We sound crispy? We loud? We clear? We want to be loud and clear today. I want to say shout out to the Rev Game family, man. You guys been showing out. We've been working on documentaries behind the scene. I threw together a couple quick ones. And, you know, I got some other shit that I'm working on. If you just came in, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you smash that notification bell. It's free 99. And also, I do want to hear from a little bit of everybody today. But we can go over the couple documentaries that I did put out, which was the first two. You know, the first two I've ever worked on. Mar R, shout out to you, Missy, my bad. Missy in the building. Paige, NC3. Yo, T-REV, hope all is well, my guy. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Alicia, Low 12. Hey, T, mods and chat. CKI in the building. Shout out to CKI. I appreciate you coming by. Also, I see you every live. Carolina, what's going on? Angelica. I got a little cold, so pardon me if I sound a little bit different right now. Archive gig footage SJK. What's going on with you? All right, let me catch up the chat a little bit and see what's going on. What is that? Mimi? My bad. Mimi, I see you all the time. What's going on? Gypsy. But yeah, let's jump into some things because, I mean, we talked about it a little bit last stream, but this time I get to talk to you guys a little bit more about it. So we know that the defense is trying to throw out the indictment. They're trying to get this indictment thrown out. And what does it mean to the case if the indictment is thrown out? I will open up the lines, but I do want to watch a couple videos, and I do want to get into the two docs that I put together because people are saying that they have questions. What's going on, John? Shout out to you. John in the building. Shout out to John. Heidi HC, my bad. I didn't mean to do that right into the mic. Danielle, loud and clear. Maybe said, what's good? I appreciate that. Danielle, hello, T-REV mods and Rev Gang. You sound great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Had to get a better mic, you know? I like your hat. Trust no one. Absolutely. Trust not one person. Trust not one person, because, you know how that goes. Mimi says, Trev, I'm happy you're live. Well, hey, I woke up today and was like, you know what? It's time to go live. Riley said, you sound great, but it disappeared on me. Shout out to you, Riley. I see you. ALR says, hello, T-REV, Midwest girl. Let's dive in, though. Let me open up the lines too, because I do want people to call in, right? I want to talk to some of you guys about just a lot of the speculations. If you're having speculations on your mind, did you check out the timeline video that I put together? Did it help you out at all? Because I feel like we needed a reality check, including myself. I think that we run off so much speculation all the time that some of us seem to forget the timeline and the facts to the case. That we get so dug in with these speculations, right? And I meant to add this to the thing so I could hit, that. Appreciate you, Darzilla. Shout out to Darzilla in the building. Welcome to the Rev Gang family. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Rev Gang family. Spencer B says, love your new videos. I appreciate that. Thank you. We'll check some of those out too, because I know that you guys have a lot of questions or, things that just you forgot about, right? There's stuff in this case that people have forgot about. They're like, oh my God, and I've been reading the feedback and I've been responding to people in those comments or just letting you know I read it. So if I comment back on that, that means I read your comment, obviously. So I want you to know that. So if you're looking at it, you are doing great with podcasts. You sound so good reading. Thank you. I appreciate it. Somebody said I could listen to you read a dictionary. I fell out my chair last night. Gold Dust Woman, what's going on? Thank you. I appreciate your support to the Rev Gang channel, or Rev Gang channel and Rev Gang family. How about that? This case has more rumors straight up than lies. Or no, you said straight up lies than any case in history. I don't know why I read that backwards, but let's dive into this first video, right? Let me pull it up. Actually got a little cold too, but at least we got a clear mic out here. Tree Hugger, what's going on?
Understand the charge in count one, perfect.
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Bryan
Yes.
Kohberger formally
Yes.
asked the judge
Yes,
to
I
dismiss
do.
the indictment charging him with the murders of 4 University
Tree
of
Baby.
Idaho students, as prosecutors asked the judge to bar him from presenting an alibi at trial. Thanks for joining us here at Law and Crime.
I see the people showing love in here. Thank you, Sarah M. I appreciate you. Thank you. Welcome to the Rev Gang family. Start over is always best. Yeah, it's good to start over. And people want me to continue with the timeline. So I will continue with the timeline. So where I stopped at on the first one is at the grand jury indictment. So when we stopped at the grand jury indictment, if we push forward, we're going to have to go from after that. So it's really going to be court dates, documents, etc. into the next documentary. But there's other deep dives that we can do. So if there is a deep dive that you want me to do, even not pertaining to this case, because I have a Rev Gang family member that had a friend that was murdered over 10 years ago. I am diving into that case. Shout out to Melissa French. She asked me to look into it, and I thought it was very interesting. But to say the least, if there's anything that you want me to deep dive surrounding the Idaho for, just, send it over to me and let me know what you want me to deep dive. Like right now, I'm working on the second part of the first timeline, which would be after the grand jury indictment. But like I said, welcome, Sarah M. I appreciate you. Shawnee T says, Trev, that video last night was excellent, but everything you do is. Thank you. I appreciate it. You can never be perfect, right? Grandma Mouthy Mama says, thank you for all your hard work. Bless you for being a voice for the voiceless. Thank you, Mouthy Mama. I appreciate your support to the channel. For months. Mouthy Mama's been here for months.
I'm Anjanette Levy. There's a lot of legal wrangling and maneuvering taking place in Bryan Kohberger's capital murder case.
Right.
He has pleaded not guilty to the November 2022 murders of Maddie Mogan,
What's going
Haley
on, Fat
Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. His attorneys
It's okay,
had previously
You've been here for a
indicated
long
that they
time.
would challenge the indictment. The likelihood of Judge tossing the indictment is very slim. So in the alternative, Kohberger's lawyers are asking that the case be sent back to a lower court for a preliminary hearing.
Sent back to a lower court for a preliminary hearing. So they basically want to start back from point A. Like, so for some reason, they feel like they were gypped. It's like you got the grand jury indictment. There was a grand jury indictment. You were indicted, and now they feel, the lawyer's just doing her due diligence. I can't even say the word right. Listen to me. Due diligence. Due diligence. Yo, I'm dead. I can't even speak right now. But anyways, the lawyer's doing what she's got to do. She's busting ass. Let's give it to her. Ann Taylor's doing whatever she has to do to make sure that Bryan Kohberger gets a perfect trial. And that's cool. We want that to happen. We want the right person to be captured, right? So she's doing all this different shit to try to get this case revved up, and that's what she's supposed to do to make a name for herself. You got to think she's in the national spotlight, so I guarantee that she's busting her ass harder than she ever has, and you better, because there's so many different eyes on you right now. So Ann Taylor, you better do your job. We are on your bumper. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're on your bumper out here. We want justice for Ethan, Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana. We are on your goddamn bumper. I'm just putting it that way, man. That documentary you put out was can't even speak. I feel like damn shit's hitting my lungs. But man, that documentary you put out was phenomenal. Keep up the great work, Rev. I need to get a damn COVID-19 test. Keep feeling like shit's entering my lungs, and I know vaping doesn't help, so I know those comments are coming in next. Jamie Lee says, good afternoon, friends and T-REV. I appreciate you, Jamie Lee. Gypsy, for 7 months in the building. Shout out to Gypsy. Thank you. She has been here for a while. Due diligence. Due diligence. Due diligence. I had to get my wording right. I sound like I was defeated. Mama Stormy says you're dope as fuck, T-REV. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. And D says, yeah, going back is a great idea and beats the hell out of making shit up. I agree with you. And that's why we're doing that, because like I said, I felt like we were lost in the speculation of this case. We were so lost into the speculation that we needed to bring it back to square one and walk forward from square one. Everybody's so stuck up and I'm not saying stuck up as in stuck up, and I'm talking about even myself are stuck up in the speculation of different scenarios that we're not even riding off the facts at this point. Like we're far off the tracks. We're talking about shit that doesn't even matter. We got to talk about the facts that are surrounding the case. What's put out by law enforcement is facts until it's changed. And that's just the way it is. We can't go out and create our own investigation and start locking people up. We don't have a badge. We're not investigators. Now, we might be sleuths and we look into things, but we can't go out and put a man in cuffs. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't go do that shit, but we can sure look stuff up and we can sleuth the net. That's what we do. That's what we do. But to create other, suspects and do stuff like that, that's not our job. That's not what, we can go and look into shit all day long, but that's not our job to create suspects. Shorty Womp Womp, thank you. I appreciate you.
That's a hearing where prosecutors call witnesses to show there's probable cause that the defendant committed the crime and should go to trial. The defense sometimes benefits from a preliminary hearing as they get to question state's witnesses before trial. Since the grand jury basically does the same thing, determines probable cause, prosecutors in the case decided to go that route because grand juries hear evidence in secret, not in open court, and the defense is not there. The prelim in this case had been scheduled at the end of June, but that was canceled since prosecutors used a grand jury instead. But Kohberger's attorneys claim the Idaho Constitution requires a higher standard than probable cause for a grand jury to indict. They argue the standard is actually beyond a reasonable doubt, as it is at trial.
It's definitely her job.
In the filing, Kohberger's attorneys acknowledged the Idaho Supreme Court later determined probable cause is what's required for an indictment, but they argue the court didn't have the right to change the legal standard. I asked criminal defense attorney James Bogan about Kohberger's argument.
She doesn't.
I think that's what you'd call a boilerplate motion, Anjanette. In death penalty cases, usually the defense will file well over 50 motions to cover every little angle. And this is one of those things. I think they're also trying to question say that the grand jury selection process and the questionnaire were not proper either. Those are things that tend to be routinely raised in motions in death penalty cases, more to try to cover the record.
Okay.
What do you think the likelihood of this motion succeeding is? Because they're asking, they're asking the judge, if you don't dismiss the indictment, we want you to send it back instead for a preliminary hearing.
I see you, Jamie.
They, I think, very much wanted a preliminary hearing because that would have given them an opportunity to cross-examine state's witnesses ahead of trial.
I don't think that this motion is going to go anywhere. In most cases, defense attorneys, we love having a preliminary hearing so we can flush out certain things with witnesses, pin them down about certain points. And of course, you always get a transcript of it. So when these same witnesses testify at trial, sometimes you can go back and go, hey, you really said this.
The issue about whether Kohberger will present an alibi at trial has also come up. Last week, Kohberger's lawyers had responded to a demand from prosecutors that they provide information about Kohberger's alibi, should he decide to present one at trial. His lawyers said they're still investigating and preparing for trial and plan to elicit testimony about Kohberger's alibi through cross-examination of state's witnesses and experts. Philadelphia defense attorney Fred Perry told me recently, presenting an alibi defense is risky.
The presentation of an alibi defense from
a
criminal defense attorney standpoint is extremely difficult. Once you start the process of trying to have to prove something, the burden kind of shifts because in a criminal trial, a defendant is presumed to be innocent and has no burden of proof. It's the government has to prove their case.
Yeah, we know.
Once you start trying to prove an alibi, you better be able to prove that your client was in a spaceship circling Mars at the time of the incident. Otherwise, the government's going to punch a lot of holes in your case. It's a very, very difficult process.
Prosecutors filed a response to Kohberger and said his attorneys are not complying with the
Let him
rules
finish
about
talking.
providing information about an alibi. Prosecutors write that Kohberger's defense is required to provide the specific.
That dude said you better have an alibi about you being in a spaceship around Mars. Something to that context he was just saying. I gotta hear him again. Why'd she cut him off? Who is that? We need to find him.
In a spaceship circling Mars at the time of the incident.
Thank you, Jamie.
Otherwise, the government's going to
appreciate
punch
you.
a lot of holes in your case. It's a very, very difficult process.
Prosecutors filed a response to Kohberger and said his attorneys are not complying with the rules about providing information about an alibi. Prosecutors write that Kohberger's defense is required to provide the specific place or places at which the defendant claims to have been at the time of the burglary and homicides in this case, along with the names and addresses of all witnesses upon whom the defendant intends to rely to establish such alibi.
The state is actually correct here. In
broth.
Idaho, it's different from Ohio. In
Okay,
Idaho,
Penrose.
within 10 days
Noted.
after a written demand by the prosecutor for any alibi witnesses and things like that, the defense has to either provide it within those 10 days or at a time that's set by the judge. So it looks to me like
What's
the
up, Jeff?
defense might be looking to
My brother
try
Jeff.
to get the judge to set an alternate timeline, saying, hey, we need more time to investigate before we can commit to anything.
Prosecutors want Judge to order the defense to turn over the alibi information or tell them they can't present evidence that Kohberger has an alibi at trial. Finally, the defense is asking the court again to stay or delay the proceedings. They claim the process of selecting grand jurors was flawed because of the number that responded to subpoenas, and they believe that there were also issues with the questionnaire.
I was actually shocked that it was scheduled for trial that soon, because death penalty cases.
I agree. I was also shocked with the October 2nd date. It hasn't been changed as of now. And don't we have a court hearing tomorrow on the 18th? Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, but I swear we got a court date tomorrow and the 18th.
There's so much stuff to go through. Typically, that looks
What's
like
going on,
a trial date that's too fast for the attorneys to really do their due diligence.
Thank you, Deputy.
They might be. I think that's what they might be doing. I just find it kind of
9 months.
It strikes me.
Thank you, Regina. 9 months. Regina's been here for 9 months. When I started on the Kylie Rodney case. Shout out to her. I love y'all for real. I got a lot of day ones in here from when I first started true crime on YouTube. And I really do appreciate you, Regina, being one of them. And there's plenty of other people that been here for a long time also. But as far as like what he's saying with the grand jury indictment and the possibility of it being thrown out, I just don't know about that. I don't see it being thrown out. I see them doing their due diligence and trying to, but nah, I think they just need to buy themselves more time and also just grasping at straws, says Alyssa. Agreed. I think so too. But, other people do have other opinions, and I've heard them. They call in all the time. BK thinks he's so smart. He's not as smart as he thinks he is, says some rando. What's going on, Nancy D? Welcome. Colleen Kerr says, I'd love to hear his alibi. I mean, his phone pinged over there that night, was shut off, then turned back on. Explain that. Facts. Explain it. I'm ready for the explanation. Maria, I suspect they'll try to come up with the most plausible alibi that they can, or that they think can pass the sniff test. I'm dead. They think they could pass the sniff test. I'm dead. Y'all are funny as hell. Thank you, Donna. I appreciate you. Thank you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are going to talk about the Moscow. What we got, low? Is it really that low? I don't know if y'all seen this. Most of you maybe have, some of you maybe haven't. And I'm gonna open the phone lines right now in like 2 seconds. So you could call in. If you've seen this video and you just want to talk about specific things in the timeline, maybe things that you forgot about, call up 219-885-9693. And if you are, say you are, somehow somebody's on the line and you get pushed to the voicemail, leave a 3-minute voicemail. I'll listen to it. And you could even call back in. That's cool. But yeah, this is the documentary that I just dropped the other day. It's about the timeline, the real timeline. I know some of us seen it, some of us haven't. I mean, obviously I have because I created it, but videos have been so informative and the sound is so clear and flawless. I am proud to be a Rev Gang family member. You're amazing, T-REV. Voice for the voiceless, Rev Gang strong. Again, thank you, Donna. Lakota, thank you. Can't stay T, but thinking of you and hoping all is well. Rev Gang strong. Thank you. Lakota, thank you. I've been seeing I see your comments too. I've been commenting back and forth with Lakota. I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but Jeff H says, how about that new mic though? It's doing good. It's doing good. You know, I like it. I like it a lot. Shanny T says, guarantee you there's no evidence of a pattern of him turning his phone off at night. Jamie Lee says, what about the toxicology on Ethan? What about it? Where's it at?
Ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to talk about the Moscow, Idaho killings. Now,
why is it low?
There is a lot going on in the case. New documents just dropped. Make sure you go to the Idaho website and check out the docs. I will have that down in the description below for everybody to go check out. But let's jump into the timeline of the killings.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Spark it up, baby. Why does this number sound familiar? Is this who I think it is?
If you think it is, good afternoon, sir.
What's going on?
Oh man, I'm just climbing out of under my pillow. I gotta go to work tonight. Man, I got a few things to say to you. Say on your channels. A notification. I noticed you were on right now, so I rolled over and got a cup of coffee. And hey, look, number one, that 8 hours is just killing me before 911. But
yeah.
You know, that just blows my mind. I just can't find an excuse.
Right.
And I haven't really heard anything about October 2nd being delayed or reset or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I really hope it's not. We'll just let things roll as they are. Man, your thing you just did here a few hours ago, I watched that on the way home morning. It was really good. Your documentary.
Thank you, brother.
You know, to kind of, yeah, it was really good. You know, there were a few details I had forgotten, you know, with the press conferences and whatever the case might be. But anyway, you tell me, what do you think?
Like you mean like with the 8 hours?
Yeah. What do you think about this 8 hours? We've been talking about this for 10 months, man. What is your real honest opinion about that 8 hours before you call 911?
I have questions. You know, I have questions. That's you know, that's without a shadow of a doubt. I have plenty of questions about that. But it's just like, you know, what I come to the realization that if these two chicks were involved in these murders, that they would be behind bars. I would think that the FBI would do their job and put them behind bars where they need to be. That's where I can't. That's why I'm like, in my head, when I sit here and think about it now, I'm like, there's some type of explanation that we don't know about because these two young ladies would be behind bars. You got the FBI assisting them in this investigation. You would think that, you know, if they were involved, that the FBI would have caught that. And if they didn't, shame on them.
Well, here's the thing, man. You know, we really don't know how many people went running through that house that morning.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know when the little texts were sent out via the college, you know, and all that. It was really early. You know, and then all these people started showing up, and all these people started running through there. What in the world are you doing running through a crime scene? You know, it doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, I get it for college kids, but, you know, you got into college by passing some tests. And, you know, you got to be a little more cognitive than that. There's some hidden things going on. Now, let's talk about this suspect for a minute. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. To take the lives of 4 people.
So where we get 8 minutes from?
I think it's somewhere about between 8 to 11 minutes, right?
Well, if you go to the Linda Lane footage and say the Linda Lane footage is real, right? Which I suspect it is, because I matched up some audio with, you know, the body cam from the Banfield to the body cam, or to the Linda Lane footage. So you see allegedly Bryan Kohberger drive around the Queen Road apartments. Now that final go is 407. If he pulls up and parks right there and gets out and goes in, which is the last pass that he does at 407, say give him to 408, he gets in. He's seen speeding off at a high rate of speed at 421. So that's where I ask people, where do people get 8 minutes from? Because if you get inside and you commit, that's 12 minutes. So take away, give him 10 minutes. You know, take away the little 2 minutes of time of walking. We'll give him 2 minutes of time for walking. That's 10 minutes still. You know what I'm saying? That's how I played out in my head.
It's four lives. See, 4 lives. You know,
Yeah.
Were they not? I was on TikTok. I was here. I was getting food. You know, wow, 4 people, 1 suspect. That's allegedly. That's a capital A right there. I'm starting to look at that real carefully. But
Thank
you
you.
know, and I don't quite understand the gag order. It's a murder case. What's the gag order for? What are they hiding?
Yeah, I think, no, you know, I've came to terms with this gag order too. The gag order is there to keep a fair trial for Bryan Kohberger. Think about it, man. That gag order is there to keep a fair trial for not yet him, but keep the integrity of the case. And still somehow you have Linda Lane footage getting leaked. So even without the gag order, you got shit being leaked. So it's like,
that's exactly right. That's
like,
exactly right. There's stuff everywhere. The leaks are all over the map, everywhere. You know. So people are getting paid. Like I told you last time I called you, man. People are getting paid to leak this stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Honestly, I thought people were getting paid. Somebody probably paid for that camera footage, and you know what I mean. That's what I thought. That was my first thought on it. But yeah, I mean, I definitely think the 8 hours. You know, I mean, that's the first thing reporters started shooting on the first presser is what there was 2 roommates there. Why didn't they call it? You know, that's the first. That was a lot of the same questions that were being asked at the presser by these reporters. So it's not, you know, the questions that they have are damn near the same ones we have.
That's exactly right, man. I think my beeper ran off, man.
But I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling in, brother. Yeah, great call.
Yeah, you know, like I said, I just got up, man, and I gotta get ready to go to work. But keep it rolling, man. I have a lot of respect for you and your channel, and keep it rolling. Keep your doors locked, and we'll see you on the flip side.
Yeah, God bless you, brother. I appreciate you calling in, sharing your thoughts with us, and it was a great phone call, man. I had a great time talking to you and discussing.
And God bless you and your family, man. I was reading about your grandmother. God bless you and your family, man. We're praying for you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I really do. God bless you. Be safe at work. You know, prayers to you and your family. Lock your doors and stay protected, brother.
All right, yes, sir. Take care.
No doubt. Shout out to him. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. You know, make sure you call in. Let's hear from you.
And what is going on in the case? Because some people seem to be confused about the timeline, and I want to give a summary of.
If you haven't seen the documentary, you can go watch it. There's 2 of them. Altogether, it's like an hour. 864, you're in the door. What's going on?
Hi, T-REV.
Hey, what's going on? Welcome. You're on. You're live.
Thank you. Yes, I called a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm from South Carolina, and I was talking about the 2 roommates that
Mhm.
survived,
Yes, ma'am.
Dylan and Beth. And I still hope you've been keeping your mind open.
Absolutely.
I,
Always.
I still say those two had a lot to do with it. They
Mhm.
know, especially Dylan. She's so high up in this till, like I said, the truth's not going to come out completely.
Mhm.
And like I said, I think this goes beyond the college. It goes way up
Thank you,
above
Kel.
this.
Wow. So you think you think it's above the college? All right. So I remember I went back and watched the first presser. As Chief Fry came up, and then he passed it over to I think it was the owner of the college.
Right.
On the first presser that came out, and then the dean of students was there, and a lot of. So I mean, I seen them at the first presser, but what do you think is what do you think their part is in it?
It's big. It's big.
Mhm.
And and if Bryan, Bryan can't tell on nobody. He's he's sort of stuck between the middle. And I think if Bethany tells, they killed those four. Like I said, I don't know why. He was being told what to do.
Mm.
And I think these girls, they know their limits of what they can do. Hey, I could be next. I'm not going to open my mouth. Allegedly, my opinion.
No, I respect your opinion. I respect everybody's opinion as long as people are respectful. I mean,
The young lady that lived there that OD'd.
oh,
Before
Hannah Clear, is that what it or something like? Was it something like that, or
Hannah,
maybe someone else?
Hannah.
Okay.
This is all the way back to her.
Mm.
Who, she was really depressed and all this, and allegedly, she OD'd. I don't believe that.
You think
If
it's
I
like
was,
revenge?
I don't think it's revenge. I think that she saw something she wasn't supposed to, so they wanted her out of the way.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow, they wanted her
Yeah,
out of the way.
yes, but she was being bullied. You know, they talked about her being bullied, but honestly, like I said, these girls know more, especially Dylan. She is the main one in this, and her boyfriend. And there's a possibility that her boyfriend supposedly was there earlier that night. And when he went out the door, he could have let Bryan in.
Mm.
He could have been the driver of the car.
Interesting thought. So who is he again? Like the driver?
Yeah,
Dylan's
Dylan's
boyfriend?
Yeah.
Okay, so Dylan's boyfriend, and his name, I have his name written down in my notes somewhere,
Yeah,
but
I know it, but I can't think of it right off my head. I don't have anything written down in front of me. I turned it on and I'm like, okay, they're talking about this. All the people's talking about, the girls, and like I said, I'm still, and how, and they talk about the time frame. There was so much time, and like I said, Bryan was so smart to get so much of this, the blood, talking about the blood splatters. I mean, God, I watched so many detective shows. I love stuff like this. I mean, I want it to really happen to people, but I watch it. It's interesting to me. I mean, but they had enough time to clean out stuff to what they could, to where they didn't smell like ammonia or or anything like that. They knew what they could clean, what they couldn't get up, what they had to get out of that house, what was still in there, if there was drugs. And one thing I don't know if they checked, but one thing I wonder if they checked.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was the filter in the air conditioning system is on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense to you?
No, it does make sense to me. I just want And hopefully, if that is the case, the defense does what they need to do to prove that.
Exactly. And I think they lied when they had to testify, and this is why they can't go nowhere. And this, of course, she's still going to try to get out of it. I still say Bryan, allegedly, my opinion, he killed him. But there was, is it up?
Yeah, it's up, but go ahead. Get your last sentence out.
I want to say this. I still say he had somebody that helped him.
Okay, so yeah, no, it makes sense. It makes sense to me.
He had somebody that held them and made the other one watch.
I mean, it makes sense that two people could do this. I mean, we know that two people could do this, but I just haven't. Where's the second suspect? Because I feel like they did such a good job getting their first one that if the connection with the second one wouldn't be hard to get, in my opinion. Especially if you have somebody helping you in a crime, there's some type of digital footprint of you talking to that person most of the time.
I say he's in protective custody.
Interesting.
He may be dead, supposedly, hearsay, but he's not. Okay, I know you got other people wanting to call you, talk to you, but yeah, I would love to send you a message to somebody I listen to. Like I said, you're the only person, you're the only I've ever called in on the podcast. This is the second time. I love your show. I love your people. But like I said, keep your doors locked, open, fine, promise.
Yeah, absolutely. Mine's always open. I mean, there's always twists and turns and everything, so you have to keep your mind open.
This is deep. This is really deep.
Well, I can't wait to see how deep. I've already dug so deep before and been through so much shit with this. Just looking at this case in general, that But I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, man. I hope you have a beautiful day. Lock your doors, stay safe, and I can't wait to hear from you again.
Thank you, T-REV. You have a blessed day. Bye-bye.
You too, man. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. I respectfully disagree with the theory there, but it is what it is, right? Yeah, Sosa's right here. Yeah, I respectfully disagree with the theory there, but mine's always open. Like I said, there's twists and turns and things that you hear in trials that will blow your mind. So you always got to keep your mind open. It's the heat, got to be the triple digits.
That we're going to talk about the case a little bit here.
Now, this is the timeline video I made.
The killings of 4 University of Idaho students in an off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho, were as brutal as they were perplexing.
Hold on. Let's hear this real quick. There's a couple of these.
It's Courtney. I just wanted to call and say, I'm not going to be long, but I think that the 8 hours and the 911 call are going to be part of bombshell in the trial against DK. Like, I don't think it's going to be against the roommates or anyone affiliated with the roommates. I think they have bombshell information within the 8 hours and
agreed
the 911 call, which is why there's a gag on it and it hasn't been released, because they're going to use that. But all right, love your channel. Red Gang family.
Thank you, Courtney. I appreciate you. Courtney that left a voice message. Okay, bet. I'll leave the lines open and we'll continue going through this timeline.
Very brutal. The group of friends had gone out in the college town and returned to their home late. The next day, police found the 4 students slaughtered inside, and there were no signs of forced entry or damage. The slayings led weeks of investigation from police, frustrations from the victims' families about the pace of the police work, and the fear in the local community of a mass killer on the loose. I mean, we know the families were outraged. We seen Steve Gonsalves, and we stand by Steve Gonsalves, as well as we do all the victims, and I appreciate what
Hold up. All right. 757 sent from heaven. What's going on?
Hey, Trev.
What's going on, Donna?
Not much. How are you doing?
Hanging in there. So what's going on? What's on your mind today?
Good. Well, I was thinking about something. I was watching your documentaries, and I was, they were talking about Dylan and Brittany, or Bethany. I'm sorry, Bethany coming home. In the documentation, of those hours, they say that they had all separated and gone their different ways, and that Bethany had gone to her own get-together, party, whatever, and so did Dylan. And I remember this from the very beginning. I was looking for it, on a video or something, but I haven't been able to find that timeline. But, and what you were talking about, somewhere it said they were home by 1 o'clock. Bethany and Dylan were both home by 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
It got me thinking about, in the beginning I thought, well, maybe he was in wait, maybe he was in the house. I think that if he was in the house at that time, he'd have killed them.
Right.
Period, plain and simple, or whoever, allegedly him, but whoever.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's 2 young girls. It wouldn't have taken much considering what he did to the other 4.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of shot that out the window for me as far as thinking that maybe someone was let off or, there was 2 people involved. I mean, I've kind of kept that on the back burner, but I haven't released it completely. But I think by coming home at 1 o'clock, that would have been a definite time for him to get rid of them and get them quiet before his target.
Now, do you speculate that that's him in that Linda Lane footage coming around at 4:07 for the final pass?
I do. And the more I think about that, you figure they got DoorDash coming at, 4 o'clock?
Right.
Something like that. So I don't know about you, but, if DoorDash comes to your door and you actually meet them, you're talking to them, how's your night, how's it going, I've been partying, you have some just small talk.
Mm-hmm.
They have you sign a slip if you're paying with your card. They give you your copy.
Big goodie. Right.
Get your food. So maybe he passed by, DoorDash just arrived. By the time he made it around the first time, DoorDash was still there. They hadn't cleared the parking lot yet.
Mm.
They went down one more time, and as he came around the third time, she was gone. So that is where I'm going as far as the reasoning why he went around so many times. I think he was waiting for the DoorDash driver to leave because he saw that someone was there. Hell, it could have been, well, the time frame wouldn't match up, but the girls got home, almost 3 o'clock? 2 o'clock.
Yeah, the girls got home at 1:56. Now, it was said that Xana and Ethan had got home at 1:45 or 1:46.
Right.
So,
they
they
were
followed
all
up.
home, but he hadn't arrived there. He hadn't arrived to that area yet.
Right.
But like you said, Kaylee's mom, they saw the video of them arriving to the home, so they had to have seen the car.
That's the part that gets me, and I admit, as I go through and I listen back to that, and Christy goes, "We saw them get home on Ring video at 1:56." It's like, okay. She goes, that solidifies the timeline for her, especially with Madison and Kaylee. So when I hear that, it's like, okay, then what do they got of that vehicle on that same Ring vid, if there is anything?
In the PCA, they say.
Thank you, Lollipop. Keep going, Donna. You're good.
That the driver of the white car attempts to park in front of the building, in front of the house. They don't say he tried to park on the driveway side or across the street. It just says in front of the house. So, say for instance, the video, she had to seen them either from the side house that had that video camera or the neighbor across the street that had a video camera. So if he pulled up in front of the house, whether it be house side or across the street, one of those two, if not both videos, picked up that car. They may not have been able to see who was inside the car, per se, but then again, you never know. Because I know, like with my Ring camera, when I look out, like if I look at my Ring camera footage, if my thing goes off, I can see at least 5 houses on my street, across the street. 5 houses total.
And it's clear.
And it's clear.
Super
and it's
clear.
Color. It's in color until nighttime. So, but in the early morning like that, it would have been like monochrome or grayscale, whatever. It would not have been colored. But at the same time, I can see my neighbor because of the way my house sits. I can only see up front and to the right. I can't see to the left of my house because of the way my house is built. But it's up to, I counted the houses just to kind of see. And 5 houses, all their driveways. I can see all the cars in front of their houses. And I've even looked at nighttime to kind of see, because of the street lights, you know, to see what it shows me, just out of curiosity. So, I mean, those are my thoughts. Right. I mean, I think that is a possibility that if, even when he pulled in front of the house, they at least could have gotten a license plate. They could have gotten quite a bit of stuff. Maybe not maybe a profile, maybe, but that's it.
Well, Donna, I appreciate you calling in. Great thoughts as always. And yeah, I mean, if you have a Ring video, you could use your Ring video as examples. And you know what I'm saying? Like, look at it. Like, I'll look at mine and be like, wow, this is super clear.
Well,
so, you know.
Let me say one more thing real quick.
Go ahead, get it out.
When my mother was passing away.
Sorry to hear about that.
Thank you. I went back an entire year on Ring because I have a membership. So I went back an entire year getting footage of my mom in her room prior to her getting so sick that she couldn't, you know, she wasn't awake anymore. But I saw her, you know, dancing in her bed with music, eating her food, talking. Yeah. You know, she had dementia, so she would talk on her own. And there's things that she said that were, I will cherish forever, you know. But I was able to go, because I had that membership, I was able to go back and get all of my video clips, and I have them saved of my mom. So if they have a video membership, that is stored at Ring.
Right.
Yeah, if you have the membership. It depends on how, you can get 6 months, you can get a year, whatever. But I know I got all of mine through them. So that's just a thought too.
Good point. Good point. Well, I appreciate you calling up, Donna. We'll keep it.
Pray for your grandma. Hope everything is going well.
Well, thank you.
Family. You too. Okay?
Thank you, Donna. I appreciate you. Lock your doors. Stay safe. And thank you for calling in.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
God bless. Shout out to Donna. 219-885-9693. You know, I hate when people announce their exit. If you don't like it, just dip. What are you announcing your exit for? And I just don't get that. Yeah, guys, I'm out of here. Fuck this chat. I just keep hearing the same stuff and this, that, and the third. Like, just leave. Get the fuck out of here. What are you telling us you're leaving for? That's a sign of you want attention. Like, just get the fuck out of here. Like, I mean, what are you telling us for? We don't care. If you're leaving, leave. You ain't got to say it 50 times, and you sure as hell don't got to tell me about it. Get the fuck out of here and bye. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to be disrespectful, it's like, I keep hearing this, the same shit on repeat. Like, people who announce their exit are so fucking corny. Sorry.
Steve has done in this case.
219-885-9693.
I want to touch on, because Christy was on a channel, and it's called Chronicles of Olivia, and she said specifically that food truck footage solidified the timeline for her, because at 1:56 she said, hold up, don't you think the victims' families know what happened during the 8-hour lapse? If they didn't, they would be speaking out. Melissa, I feel the same exact way. If that 8-hour gap is such a big problem, they can speak. They can speak, right? Like, the families can speak. I'm pretty sure it'd be out by now. They'd be outraged. I'm pretty sure. But hey, who am I? I could be wrong. Buttercup says you all think there's an 8-hour discrepancy. But when this comes out at the trial, there's no discrepancy. It's really only 20 minutes, in my opinion. Buttercup says. Running Bear says DoorDash. Bet BK delivered for them. Are you catching the BK edit in the thumbnail? That's BK with the DoorDash shirt on. It's very small, but no stupid is fake one. I hack into the page. No stupid is a fake one. Ooh. For my adopted brother. Thank you. I appreciate you. 916, you're in the mix. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV.
What's up? Fluffles.
Good morning.
What's going on? Talk to me. You was wanting to talk that documentary last night, but what's going on?
Yes. And so that's what I wanted to say. On your premiere, did you, I noticed that you said, or actually Detective or Police Chief Fry, he said, and you made note of it, but he said, we have detectives dedicated to this case. And you said, take note of where he said we have dedicated like 20 in Salt Lake City, Utah, and like 19 in West Virginia. Why those two places?
Mm-hmm.
Why there? Like, what's going on there? Why?
No, he said specifically they're from there.
Right. Well, yeah, but why would we bring the people in from Salt Lake City, Utah?
Because that's where they're from. That's where their agency is.
Right,
you know what I'm saying? That's what I got from it. But maybe that's being overlooked. I don't know. That's what I got from exactly what he said.
If you go back to your premiere when he's saying it,
Mm-hmm.
the way that I took it is that he had dedicated manpower there. Now, I don't know why he would outsource. Why wouldn't he outsource to Washington or places that are closer to him? West Virginia is next to Pennsylvania. But
Mm-hmm.
why not have? Why didn't he say we have people dedicated to this case in Pennsylvania? I mean, why West Virginia? I don't know. I thought that was interesting. But what was the other thing that I said in Discord last night?
Yeah, that's a good question, and maybe we should do some research on that particular FBI faction, if you want to call it that. What do they specialize in from over there in West Virginia? What do they need them for? You know what I'm saying? Maybe we should look into that and see what they specialize in, because maybe they needed that type of assistance at the time. And now that you said that, I'm glad that you brought that up, because I'm sitting here saying like, yeah, he just said that's where they're from, but I want to look into what they specialize in there, because maybe there's some more answers than just the details.
Yeah, absolutely. And then what was the other thing that I said last night in Discord that you thought was really interesting? I'm trying to remember because it was on your premiere.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember?
Yeah. Which one? You mentioned a few things.
About the premiere. I don't think that's about me personally, but about the premiere.
No, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the premiere, and I think you said something about Chief Fry taking the course with the FBI. You were bringing that up. He did take a course in 2019 with the FBI and completed it. Yes, 2019, Chief Fry did complete an FBI course.
And then we were talking about something about you were saying that that lady. Huh?
Keep going. You're good. I was laughing at one of my buddies in chat.
We're talking about the autopsy, that some of her statements were inconsistent.
Yeah, now that's another big talk. That's another big conversation. Everybody's saying that Kathy Maybut, whatever, however you pronounce it, was very lying.
Yeah, she was inconsistent though. Number one, she brought out some information that she said about the bodies. I'm trying to go back, but she did it prior to the autopsies being done.
Mm-hmm.
There was some shady shit on her in the beginning, and I'm trying to remember exactly what she did to throw shade on herself. But I don't actually really totally remember. Maybe somebody in the chat will remember what she did. But I don't really have anything else. I just wanted to say hi.
Know, there's just a lot of, who was it with and I gotta actually go back and look at it, because it was the dean of students that spoke, or not the dean of students, but the owner or the main dude of the U of I. He was speaking, and he was actually, you could tell like he was completely broken if you watch it. Yeah, I clipped it out because that's not what I was looking at. That's not what I wanted to dive in on the first one, and I may go back and dive in on what he was talking about. But he was so broken he couldn't really even talk.
Oh, it's so sad.
Yeah, he couldn't even talk.
I know, it's kind of funny because, and then people are like, if that's the case, and the people are saying that, the University of Idaho, maybe they had something, and because they don't want to have the house torn down.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just it's like Jennifer Coffendorfer, Occam's razor. The simplest solution or the simplest answer is almost always the answer. And there's you bring narrative about people bring narrative about the University of Idaho, or just the police force there having something to do with it, and they're not wanting to take down this is all hogwash. T-REV, just hogwash. But but hey, by the way, your mic is on point.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, great. I mean,
last one
huge
sounded
difference.
like a bee farting.
Did it?
Yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. You know.
All right, well, I'll let you go. But anyway, but let's do take a look at what West Virginia and specifically Salt Lake City, Utah got.
For sure.
Okay.
For sure. I was definitely checking. I'm gonna dive into that.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Thank you, Fluffles. I appreciate you. God bless. Lock your doors. Stay safe. You know the drill.
Yeah.
Shout out to Fluffles. I appreciate it. We got in the building. 219-885-9693. Let's
Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves, her daughter, get home on rain cam at 156. What rain cam video? I don't know, but that's what she said in the video on Chronicles of Olivia. Make sure you go check that out. But it goes. Nearly 2 months later, Moscow police arrested a 28-year-old man in Pennsylvania on a murder warrant in the killings of the 4 students. The man's name, Bryan Kohberger. He lived in Pullman, Washington, and was a graduate student studying criminal justice. Now,
welcome, Misty Joe.
We know that he sat in court and was silent, and the judge entered his plea for not guilty. Now, the defense is battling back and forth with the prosecution right now, but I want to focus on this timeline. So on Saturday, November 12th, Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle were students at the University of Idaho who lived at a nearby off-campus residence in Moscow, Idaho, a college town of about
25,000. 848. It's never too late. What's going on?
Yo, what's going on? You good?
Yeah. You good, brother? What's up?
Not much. I wanted to ask you a question. I wanted to know, like, out of your own words, like, why do you feel like Bryan is guilty?
I mean, it's not that well, it is actually. I do feel that, but it's going through the documents and looking at everything. I mean, first you got DNA evidence at the scene. Yeah, we can argue it's touch all day long, but then you got phone pings, you got alleged video camera that had CCTV footage. Not only, you know what I'm saying? There's those 3 right there for me are tying it up. The Linda Lane footage drops out. You see what appears to be a white vehicle going around this apartment 3 different times that lines up with the PCA. Like, to me, it lines up with the PCA. What do they say? He does a 3-point turn. It's on camera. So he comes in, he backs out, he goes around that apartment 3 different times, but then makes the 4th time he goes around and it sounds like he stops down at the end. Then at 421, you can hear it pill out. So if you listen to if you read the PCA, it kind of adds right up with the PCA, which is why I think it's Bryan Kohberger.
Well, I get that. I get what you and everybody, I mean, most people say, but I feel like, for one, there's really no sure thing that was actually him in the car. Like, they have no plate and they have no pictures of him actually in that car.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one for me. And for 2, I just feel like based off what Ann Teller and them said, the new DNA found in the car, no connection to the victims as we know. I mean, as well as right now that we know of, I just feel like what's the strongest evidence that they have that he for sure did it? I mean, I wouldn't, if I'm a juror, I'm not gonna send somebody to the death chair off of no phone ping.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
And a car that I can't prove fact. Like I said, I don't know everything they have, but if that's all they have is phone pings and a car that they assume he was in, I can't end somebody's life like that.
Yeah, no doubt. And you're going to need more solid evidence to back that, right? Like maybe DNA of his on the victims or anything like that, like under their fingernails. And that's the type of shit that we're looking for, right? What if that latent shoe print that's in the PCA matches up to his? You know what I'm saying? But we don't know that. People have put out this speculation scenario that it's a size 9, which nobody can show me where this size 9 is labeled in any paperwork that is on the doc website. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with you. We can't put him to death based on what we know now, right? But we can definitely bring him to trial with what we know now that's out to the public.
Now that's for sure. I mean, you could bring anybody. I mean, you could bring
me, you.
Yeah, you could bring anybody to trial.
That's a fact.
The thing about it is, like, I also from the jump wanted to know, like, why wasn't he ever given a chance to clear his name like the rest of the people? Like, I just felt like when it came to him, they move totally different. Like they followed this man from Washington across the town to PA.
I mean, for all we know, they did question him. For all we know, they did question him. Because if you think about it, remember, November 29th, he was reported in by the security guard at WSU. For all we know, he was questioned, and that's sealed. I don't know that to be true. That's me speculating on that, of course. But I'm saying in general, how do we know that they didn't bring him in for questioning at first? And maybe he got freaked out and had his dad fly in and they went back to PA and that's how he was followed. I don't know. That's me speculating, like I said. But we don't know that he was or wasn't questioned.
Yeah, we definitely don't know. But from what the dad said, that trip was already planned. I mean, just going based off from what the dad said, because Bryan doesn't like to fly. He has a fear of flying. So
that's like me. That's like me.
Yeah,
I'm the same way.
And you know what I mean? Like, it ain't nothing wrong with it. But from that, like, I just feel like everything that this always been my thing, and there's no disrespect to nobody. I just feel like I think we too quick to put him as the killer. And I hear all the theories on YouTube. Some of them is crazy, and most some of them are like interesting. You know what I mean? But I just feel like for him, I feel like the rules are different. Like I see things on Twitter, I see Carson Bath, I see this the whole paparazzi thing, and I feel like that should be illegal. Saying that because there's no proof that he was ever paparazzi, and for NBC to air that, I feel like if he gets off, that's a lawsuit waiting because that's defamation of character. So
that's a fact.
I just feel like as much as we don't like the conspiracy theories or the crazy ones, I feel like the same rules should apply for him. I just think that's his right, innocent till guilty. And I feel like me, you, whoever, nobody really knows what really happened that night.
Yeah, that's a true fact.
Only God and the ones that died, may they rest their soul, only really know what happened. And I guess Dylan and Bethany, if you want to say that, but that's the only people who really know. And you know what I mean? I'm not an advocate for Bryan whatsoever. I don't know that man.
Yeah, I respect your viewpoint too. I really do. I respect your viewpoint because you're coming in with, the open mind. You're coming into where you would stand. and definitely you want to see that evidence. You want to see solid evidence. You don't want to go just based off what's out there now. You want to see them have a solid case so that the right person is put behind bars. And we know that the guy, that took 4 young adults' lives is put behind bars, or whoever it may be. So I get your standpoint. You're for being fair, and that's what our country is built off of, is being fair. And we do have a problem in America with corruption, and some people want to overlook it and say that there is no problems in law enforcement, which there is problems in law enforcement all over the country. I'm hip to it. I've seen it, and it definitely, our justice system is like a trap for a lot of different people. You know what I'm saying? You got people that go in on petty charges and are stuck on probation their whole adult life, or damn near half of it, for petty shit. So we do have a broken justice system, but it is decent. It can get a lot better, but it is broken also in the same sense, and it needs work.
And the last thing I want to say, I ain't going to take up too much of your time. Last thing I'm going to say is without speculating, without accusing nobody or anything like that, I do feel like this. I do feel like it's a lot more people that was more closer to the victims that we can say for a fact knew them, that would have more motive to kill them than as what we know right now for Bryan. As of right now, we don't even know if he ever seen them before this or heard of them before this whole thing even happened, right? Because one thing I have heard from the jump, one thing I always question from the jump is, what's the connection? What's the motive? It's gonna, like I said, if I'm a juror, it's gonna be hard for you to convince me that this man just woke up out of his sleep one day and drove to another state, Idaho, even though it's only 15 minutes away, still in another state, and just killed 4 random college kids for no reason. It's just you gotta give me more than just. He was even the stalking thing is no fact. It's no proof that he was stalking them.
Yeah, they got to show you that.
He knew who they were.
They got to show you that.
Yeah, they got to show me that.
Yeah, and that's a fact, and they have to prove that. They're gonna have to prove that. They're gonna have to prove that there was some connection or him stalking, because they're saying it's premeditated. So they gotta have that, bro. They gotta come to court and prove that. I think they will, but maybe they won't. Maybe they won't prove that. And it's
Well,
for all we know,
I
they
just
won't.
hope for they may not. I just hope for like a lot of networks like NBC, CBS, News Nation. I just hope for their sake that they do, because like I never seen in my entire life, and I'm 28. I never seen in my entire life where they already put out documentaries and stuff on somebody that they did all that before he was even indicted. You know what I mean? Like accusing him of being a killer, saying his family did this and he did that, calling him an incel, and it's like, yo, I get it, but it's like, yo, can we at least let this man go to trial? We haven't even heard Bryan talk. We haven't even heard his side of the story. We haven't even heard nothing yet. And it's just like, that's crazy. Like I said, again, I'm not defending him. I'm just defending people, right? Like, that's our right. We're all innocent till proven guilty. Like, you can say I killed 4 people. I mean, you can say I just went around the corner and shot 4 people. But it's like, if you have no proof of me doing that, I don't feel like nobody should call me guilty until I have my day in court. And that's all I'm saying, really. You know what I mean? But
no doubt,
I
brother.
appreciate you. I appreciate you for giving me this time. You know what I mean? Y'all take care, though.
No doubt, brother. I appreciate. I enjoyed your phone call and hopefully hear from you again. You're challenging everything, and I like that. That's what we need in the world. We need people that challenge stuff, or else, I would want, if I was on a trial, I would want you as a juror because you want to see cold, hard facts. I appreciate your mindset, brother.
Thank you. No problem.
God bless you, man. Stay safe.
You too.
Thank you. Shout out to him. Good phone call. I mean, he's challenging everything. Like, I actually fuck with his mindset for the simple fact that he's challenging everything. I like his mindset. I would definitely want him as a juror. That's a fact. 219-885-9693.
About 25,000 people. They had 2 other roommates in their 3-floor, 6-bedroom apartment. Gonsalves posted a
317-330. Who we picking? 330. You're on the show. What's going on?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on? You're live.
Hey. Okay, I am going to agree with the guy that just talked.
Yeah.
What the hell? I mean, nothing has been proved. He has totally, made everything not. I mean, he's driven different directions. He's had different pings. He has sent out how to create the perfect murder. I mean, he moved across the country to do it. I'm not saying that he's guilty.
I think you had like a small echo in the background.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I could just hear it.
Now?
Yeah, I could hear you, but it was like you talking behind it. Yeah, you're perfect.
Okay. Here's my thought. I've been following this, and I don't get it. I mean, why is everything I feel like he has done the perfect murder. I feel like he has created doubt. Why does his dad come there? Why does his dad say to the police officer, "Oh, do you know about the guy that was killed, in the apartment?" I mean, everything he's done. Do you think okay, now we hear that he asked his aunt and uncle to buy new pants because he was vegan, but yet he went to a vegan restaurant? Do you think he asked them to buy new pants? I mean, and they were the same ones that Maddie and Xana worked at. This guy is calculated, and he knows it. And now he's trying to throw all of his ideas and cause us not to, we're scratching our heads. We don't know. Maybe. He's not going to be, how can you possibly go into court and say he's guilty without a reasonable doubt? What he's done. Why did his dad come there? He mentioned he felt sorry because he's been so mean to his dad.
Yeah.
And the first thing his dad says to the cop is, "Oh, did you hear about it was before it happened? I mean, it was right when it happened. There's no way." The cop didn't even know. Do you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Most definitely see. That's why I'm saying.
I truly believe that he is the guy.
They got to
He is
prove it fully,
running
though.
back and forth. He's had pings going back and forth. He's done his research. He has done it all. And now people are like scratching their heads because they don't get it.
Yeah, there's.
And so now,
keep going. You're good.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Go
Keep
for it.
going. No, you're good.
No,
Keep
I'm
going.
just saying that I have been watching this from day one. I am like, oh my God, this guy is going to get away with it because he had it planned. Where was Ethan and Xana, right? Now, all of a sudden, he's blaming, or we're hearing, we hear so many stories that we don't know who to follow.
You said where was Ethan and Xana?
Oh, don't you remember? We didn't know where Ethan and Xana were.
They were at a party, though.
No, we heard that they were home and talking to her dad, right?
No, I mean they put out in the presser. They put out in the presser and said exactly where they were. Word for word. I just did a documentary on it and looked at it like 50 times.
Okay, Xana's dad said that they were home. Okay, here's the other. So why are we getting fed the story that, Bethany was at the Sid McKay house and was putting, she doused their drinks so they wouldn't go home. I mean, somebody is trying to screw with this entire story. We're hearing new things every day. And I'm sorry, but you know what? I watch you, T-REV, and I like you, but
thank you.
We got to narrow it down. Okay, stop. Okay, here. What is this? I mean, we just heard this. Stop. We're not going to talk about anything else. What is going on with this? I mean, we've heard so many stories that people don't know what to believe. And how do you prosecute a person and call him guilty and kill him for the death penalty when people are scratching their heads?
What stories are we hearing? Are we listening to, though? Are we listening to fabricated YouTube stories, or are we listening to the alleged sources? Are we listening to the alleged sources that are putting stuff out? Because if we take notes from both sides, then we got to decide what we want to believe and then what we're questioning.
Okay, they have Xana's dad on tape talking, right? Saying Xana and Ethan were home at one. So how come we're hearing they didn't know where Xana and Ethan were at one?
I'm not hearing that.
Yeah.
I've heard that from the community, but when I went and did a deep dive, I found the opposite of that. I found out they were at a party and then they were at home.
Okay, so why did the police, when they did, I don't know who the guy is, I'm sorry, but one of the guys, it wasn't Fry, but he stood up, it was another older guy with a beard, and he said, oh yeah,
Lane?
second press conference.
Lanier, I think.
Both unkilled victims or unalived victims were at home by one. And yet then we hear later that no, Bethany was there with Xana and Ethan at the Civic High House at 1:45. There is, what I'm trying to say is, okay, I don't care what's the truth and what's not. What they're doing is somebody, I don't know if it's town, the police, just the fact that that Bryan is smart, or that somebody is, what shakedown thing? Who the hell, if they knew they were going to go home to a shakedown, who would go home?
Right. Well, I appreciate you calling in. It's been 7
I know
minutes.
you're mad at me because I'm being honest. I'm just
I'm mad at you?
no,
Who said
not mad
who
at
said
me,
I
but,
was mad at
I'm
you?
being these are the questions that I have built up inside of me. Why would you go home if you knew you were going to have a shakedown? And
shakedown. What is? Show me a shakedown. Where's the shakedown?
Oh, talk to Kim. Listen.
Talk to Kim? Are you serious? Shakedown. Are you serious? You've never seen me expose Kim WSU?
Oh, it's not just her. Okay.
You said talk to Kim. Now you're losing my thoughts here because you said talk to Kim. I debunked the shit out of Kim. Go look at her email that I released. Kim has been debunked a minute ago.
That.
Why are people still listening to that chick? That's crazy.
Okay, you're right. Something is not right with her. Okay.
She's lying. She's completely lying. She's fabricated. That's why the video that she was taken down.
I believe you 100%. Why the hell would she say her kids' names and then say, "Oh, I don't want to expose them"?
Mm-hmm.
They're a Pi-Phi. They were I mean, she gave it. Something's not right with her. Okay.
Yeah, no doubt. There's nothing right with her. You're right. And especially reading that email. Go to my community tab and find that email and read it.
I know. I've seen it.
Or go watch one of my other lives where I pulled up the email that she sent to me and read it. I mean, she said that one of them were pregnant. Well, where's the fifth homicide?
She said that?
You didn't go read it? You didn't. I guess you didn't read the email then.
No, I don't have to read it.
You should.
I mean, I'm
you should because it came from her.
I would never. And she says that she doesn't want to put her kids in jeopardy. Yet she's talking about them and who they are and their names.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Go look at it. I mean, I don't think you've seen it because you said that. But I appreciate you calling in, though. Like I said, and if you thought I was mad, then you're definitely tripping.
No, I just want people to think, okay? Because you know what? My kid's going to college this year. And I don't think people are really thinking because they're listening to people that aren't telling the truth.
So what are you saying? Are you saying that 90% of people that are in jail for murder didn't commit the crime?
The Greek system, unless I have talked to all my friends in the Greek system. I went to Mizzou, okay? University of Missouri. We were a huge, I mean, if you had to do, I mean, it's not just us. Sororities, fraternities, Sigma Chi's, we hung out with Sigma Chi's. We had to do study hall. I mean, we were treated worse than
Caller sounds like Kim? Damn, everybody's saying this sounds like Kim.
No, I'm just saying.
Everybody's saying this sounds like Kim on the line. It's wild.
I'm not Kim. Huh?
Oh,
yeah, I'm
But I appreciate you calling in. It's been 10 minutes. I got to give other people shots. Thank you, though. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you. Lock your doors and stay safe. You're good. Anyways, 219-885-9693. I don't care. If you talk shit to me, you're getting banged on from here on out. I don't give a fuck who you are. 289, what's on your mind? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's Mouthy Mama.
What's going on, Mouthy Mama?
Hey, dude. How are you?
I'm chilling. What about yourself?
I'm good. I just want to send my prayers to you and your family for your grandma.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Oh, I'm thinking of you all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. We all know that I don't know. I don't even know how to even exist to this last phone call anymore. My daughter said to me, "Do you even have an idea what you're going to say?" I said, "Not anymore." But, you know, we have to be there for the families, which you are doing. You are the voice for the voiceless, which we all know that is happening.
Yeah, I get sidetracked with these people that go, well, you need to think. You can't trust that. Well, what are you saying? That 98% of these murderers that are locked up right now are innocent people? Like, I mean, I don't get it. Like, you need to think. Is everything a conspiracy in life? I mean, Sosa just shit on the other side of the door. So, I mean, he probably shit inside the door. They'd probably argue over where he shit at in the exact spot. Like, it's just, I don't know. I get lost with a lot of these different conspiracy theories because I done heard about 90 of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything is not a conspiracy.
That's right.
I just don't get that, but everybody wants to turn it to one. Everybody wants to turn to a conspiracy, but you got to be able to prove that. You can't just make up a fantasy story and then say it's true and not be able to prove any of it.
I agree with you.
And that's where I'm with
And I do believe that last caller did sound like him.
A lot of people were saying that.
Yeah. But that's just my opinion, and I'm nobody. But
shit,
I want to thank you for everything you do. And you know what? Your podcasts, they are spot on. They are absolutely beautiful. I am so proud of you. I'm so proud to be a part of this family.
I appreciate you, Mouthy Mama.
I thank you for everything you do. For the victims, for their families. Rev Gang strong.
I appreciate you, Mouthy Mama. My voice is cracking because I'm sick, but I hear you loud and clear.
Well, it's allergy time too, right?
Yeah, it is. Maybe that's what it is, and I need to take my allergy medicine.
Allergies, hon. Oh, please, don't. It's allergies. Do you have a fever? No. Right?
I don't feel like it, but I do feel ill. Maybe it is allergies.
It's allergies. I love you, T. I love the family.
We love you too, Mouthy Mama. I appreciate your support. You've been here since damn near day one, since I started covering this case, I'm pretty sure. And and I appreciate you being here and all the different stuff that you tag me on Twitter. I see all of it. You tag me in a lot of different stuff. I love it because I look at the stuff and it's like you tag me in a bunch of stuff.
I know I drive you absolutely crazy, and I'm so sorry.
Why though? I mean, it's missing kids and all different types of stuff that you tag me.
There's so many things out there, right?
A lot.
And it's like you have such a huge following. It's like, oh, I'm tagging T-REV because he's got so many followers. People are going to see it and get it out there, right?
Yeah, need to start
That's
covering.
what it's all about.
Absolutely, 100%. And I need to start. I mean, remember when we dove into, what was it, Alicia? I forget her name. Alicia. We dove into a bunch of other ones, but kind of got off track. I've been talking to Ray.
And then boom.
You know, I've been talking to Ray, right? You know Ray?
Yep.
Ray is Christian Andriacchio's mom.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be doing like a little docu-series with her, talking about different things with that went down with Christian. I know she just sued Queen, or who was it? Critical K. She just sued Critical K for something.
Yeah.
And I know she won the case. God bless her. I don't know what she went through with her, but I know that she just finished the lawsuit up with them. And man, there's gonna be a lot with this case too. I'm pretty sure.
Well, I just want you to know you are everything to us. You mean the world to us. You get the word out there, and you're so respectful to absolutely everybody.
I try to be.
Well, you are.
I tried my hardest to be until, you know.
And I would like to get your take in private to start a thing to do in Canada, because we have nobody to work out for the people who are missing, the people who have been lost.
So just spreading, no, you're good. Just so you're saying in Canada, there's not a lot of people speaking about cases out there, just giving awareness to them.
That's right. Yeah. Yes.
Interesting.
And I would like your help. I would like to start something here in Canada with your help, your guidance. You know what I mean?
Send me some cases that are going on out there. I'd love to look at them.
I will.
I'm following one
definitely.
where my favorite battle rapper got stabbed to death out there.
Okay.
Pat Stay. He was Patrick Wayne Stay is his name. He got stabbed to death out there about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. So I'm gonna be following that trial, but definitely send me some information on cases out there.
I will.
Thank you,
We need
Mouthy
to get
Mama.
some help out here. And I'm sorry for taking up so much time.
Oh, you're
I
okay.
need to go over. Okay, I love everybody.
Don't be sorry. I mean, it's rare when you call in. Don't be sorry. It's fine.
Okay, you take care, hon.
Love you, Mouthy Mama. Thank you so much.
Love you too. Prayers to your grandma.
Thank you. God bless you. Lock your doors. You know the drill.
Oh, lock your doors. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I almost said ma'am.
It's
Sorry.
okay. It's okay. It happened.
Okay. Bye, hon.
Thank you, Mouthy Mama. Shout out to Mouthy Mama. Great phone call. Of photos on her Instagram at some point with the caption of "Red, one lucky girl to be survived other roommates in their 3-floor, 6-bedroom apartment." And Salvez posted a series of photos on her Instagram at some point with the caption of "Red, one lucky girl to be surrounded by these people every day." One of the photos shows Mogan sitting on Gonsalvez's shoulders with Chapin and Kernodle standing next to them.
CKI.
That night, Chapin and Kernodle went to a party on campus, and Mogan and Gonsalves went to a downtown bar called the Corner Club. Now we're jumping into Sunday, November 13th. The timeline everyone ignores. And Gonsalves ordered at a late night food truck at about 1:41
Thank you,
a.m.
Sunshine.
The food truck's live Twitch stream shows they ordered $10 worth of carbonara from the grub truckers and waited for about 10 minutes for their food. As they waited, they could be seen chatting with each other and with other people. And Gonsalves and Mogan used a private party for a ride home at about 1:56 a.m. But we do know that they arrived home at 1:56 a.m. One of the surviving roommates, identified in court paperwork as DM, told investigators she heard crying in the house the morning of the murders and heard a voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." She then
Shout
saw
out
a
to you,
figure
Jim.
clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her, the affidavit said. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male. Did you, Darzilla, I appreciate the 10, but what do you think about that? What did you guys think about when I had Darren Duncan on here? And shout out to Darren Duncan. He actually just sent me a thing. He went and dropped off the charity money to, what was it? The dog pound? I gotta look at it real quick. He went and dropped off the charity money that everybody raised. I'm gonna look right here. It's in Main Street. It's on Main Street in Rockford, Illinois. We raised money that night and he went and dropped it off there. Shout out to Darren Duncan for doing that and coming up for a good cause, but not only coming up for a good cause and doing it, but just talking about what happened with Brent. So, story goes that, and I don't want to get any details wrong, but I'm going to keep it short here, is that Brent Kopeka, was killed by the police, obviously, and there was some type of standoff. But not only that, his phone was factory reset and set on the counter. So, that stood out to me during that live that he spoke about, and just the argument with the roommates and how the police officers called Darren Duncan that night, or that late night, but then he ended up being killed, and friggin' his phone was set on the kitchen counter, factory reset. It just blew my mind. It blew my mind. And I think we had a great conversation up. Some people didn't like Darren and the way that he talked, but it is what it is. I thought he had great information there, and he was drinking that night. And, personally, I wanted to hear the truth of what happened. Like, what was his thoughts on, Brent, and why did he mean so much to him? And we learned that night, in my opinion. We learned that night. So they were really good friends. They talked all the time. I'm lost. Why T-REV sound down? Am I down? No, I'm up, baby. I'm just sick. I have a little cold or whatever you want to call it. Maybe allergies, who knows? But no, we're good. I'm good. I appreciate you wondering though. So proud of T, big heart, so talented, great community. Thank you, Low 12. But no, I'm just, I'm curious about that. Thank you, Midwest. Thank you, everybody. I see all the love going on in the chat. Thank you. But I'm serious though. Factory reset phone set on the counter. That's just very, very weird to me. Yeah, it's Bryan Kohberger, and it's the case is still open. Are they looking at that? Why did that happen? Why did that happen? It is weird. For Darren Duncan to come up on here and tell us that. Yeah, thank you, Sylvia. I appreciate you. I do have a little cold, but the sound down. Yeah, I mean, my grandma's in hospice right now, so I'm not like, I'm just being the best that I can. I'm being the best me that I can at this time. What's going on, Creepy Crystal? Welcome. Salvatore. Hey, pal, pick up the phone, I want to call in and talk to the Rev Gang family and everybody in the chat, Call me Papa Sal. All right, Papa. Let's see what you gotta say, prick. Papa Sal, you're never too shallow. What's going on, pal?
About fucking time you pick up the phone.
You're a prick, What's going on, man?
Hey, first of all, let's just get this out of the way. Mouthy Mama, you said you were nothing. You're a nobody.
No, she was lying.
Well, let me tell you something. You're everything to us. Okay? Everything to us. Remember that.
Tell her, Papa.
Yeah. Yeah, you're the heart and soul of this group. So, glad you called in. God bless you. Don't stop. Keep calling. We need you.
Tell her.
Let's get... I feel terrible about Grandma.
Thank you, Papa.
I really do. And I call her Grandma. I'm not calling her your Grandma. She's our Grandma. Okay? She's our Grandma. And I feel terrible that she's going through what she's going through.
Yeah,
I don't want
it's
to get
tough.
all choked up. But, see, I can't tell you how sorry I am enough. I know you loved your grandmother.
Absolutely.
I know. I feel terrible, pal.
It's okay. I mean, I've watched her suffer for 2 years when I was there taking care of her. Watching someone you love dearly suffer from a disease like dementia, Alzheimer's. I mean, she has dementia and she's had it for years, for a long time, going over 10 years. So, watching that, I did get this, and the great thing about it, Papa, is she actually remembered me and all the, different things that we did when I was a kid. She had those memories and she still remembers them. So the fact that she still remembers that, but forgets a lot of different things, just shows me how important I was to her. And I keep that close to my heart.
Yes, always, always. And even when she's gone, T, remember, she's still with you. She's still with you.
Absolutely.
She's your angel, okay? She's your angel. I believe in angels. And she'll be your angel. Okay, let me get another thing out of the way. Brent, I can't apologize enough if you're watching. I had you done. I cursed you every name in the book. And I'm sorry. I'm truly, truly sorry. That was so wrong of me. So wrong of me to do that. And I hope you find that in your heart to accept my apology. I just didn't want to see somebody taking advantage of a community with such a big heart.
Right.
You know what I mean? you know what I mean? When I thought wrong, and I want him to know that I am truly sorry. And I want the gang to know I'm truly sorry for the way I act. I act like a fucking animal sometimes, you know? And I got to learn to control that shit. But what are you going to do, right?
Yeah.
I said it, and I apologize from the bottom of my heart, friend. I hope you're watching.
Oh, and I'm pretty sure he don't care. I mean, I'm pretty sure he accept your apology. I mean, he don't care. He's not worked up or anything. In fact, we were just talking. I was just talking to him yesterday. So,
oh, good.
You know, like I said, he went by and dropped off what we raised that live and did it for a good cause. So shout out to him for doing that. And you know, like we came up with that. He actually came up with that at the beginning. So props to him. He said, you know, I think that if anything is raised during this live, we should give it to charity. And I was like, I'm completely fine with that. You know, so
Yeah.
what's going on, Woody?
I fucked up his name. I called him Brent. It's Darren.
Yeah, it's Darren.
I'm a fucking idiot. Listen, Darren, you want to slap me in the head to wake me up? I'll give you the first 2 shots. How's that?
Go ahead. Do it. I want you to.
Darren,
You know?
sorry, buddy. Please
Thank you,
forgive
Lord.
me for everything.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he does. I mean, it's not like he's a hard ass or it's easy to forget. You know, he's a forgiving person.
Yeah, he seems very genuine. And I had him all wrong. And I'm sorry. Can't say it enough.
He's unfiltered for sure. You know.
Yeah.
He's
absolutely.
unfiltered, 100%.
Absolutely. Kind of reminds me of me in a way.
Yeah, unfiltered, raw. Raw.
See, you got to take care of yourself. I don't like the way you look. I don't like the way you sound. I think you're either coming down with something or, like somebody said, allergies. But I want you to take care of yourself. You look like you're all run down.
Really?
So, yeah, you look tired. Tell the truth, guys. Doesn't he look tired? I mean, come on. He's not the same T as he always is. He's not the same prick that I like busting balls with.
What do you mean? I'm brand new. I sound different, don't I?
Yeah, you do. You should get that fucking windscreen up a little higher so it covers your fucking face. There you go.
You're an idiot. Nah, but what do you mean though? I mean, it looks what? Do I look sick or something? What are we talking about? I need to go visit the doctor?
You definitely look tired. I don't know how you feel. I mean, if you have a chill or something
like
in
shit.
your body. All right. Feels like shit, looks like shit, you are shit.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what I mean? Maybe you just got to lay down.
I did.
Take it easy. You've been working very hard. You've been working really hard.
Thank you, Candy Wrap.
Couple of weeks or days or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You should take a break.
It's all right. I just took a break though. I took 2 days, but I did work on long videos. They took me like damn near 24 hours to make each one, but the other one actually took me longer. If you want to put in hours of work, it took me about 24 hours and hours, but days to make that first video, to put the timeline together, to make sure I grab the most sufficient facts to the timeline of this case in general. So like I got other projects that I'm working on that when I'm not on here, you know, I'm in here just going ape shit on it.
And I tell you what, those ones that you release, they're fucking excellent.
Thank you, Papa.
Excellent. You sound so professional. You sound like you just sound very professional, and the way you timed it out. See, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, Papa.
And I am so happy to call you my friend.
Nah, I appreciate that, Papa. You're my grandfather that I don't have no more.
And I'd be proud to be. Proud to be.
It is what it is, a family affair. That's what they call it, right? It's
Yeah.
what it is. Like I said, you're about what my dad's age would be, which is between 65 and I think 75. I know he killed himself when my dad was 2 years old. And that runs in our family is the mental health. So that's why I'm big on mental health, so I never met my dad's dad. Ever. He never met him. So
Wow. Family's got to stay close, and as far as that suicide thing, my girlfriend, God rest her soul, Gina, her father killed himself, shot himself in the head.
That's crazy.
And that was very, very hard to deal with. So I understand what your family went through. I really do. They say like, you don't really know because it didn't happen to you. Well, I'm telling you, this happened to me. And it was terrible. Terrible. And this dementia shit, that is the worst of the worst. That is so heartbreaking. It's terrible. What a disgusting fucking disease, my sister had lung cancer. I don't want to take up any more of your time here. My sister had lung cancer, and I prayed while I was in the hospital, please, God, take her. I don't want to see her suffer anymore. Please, please. The next day, she died. And it was a relief to me that she wasn't suffering anymore. It was a relief. So, I don't know, God works in strange ways. We know that. But listen, you take care of yourself. I know nobody in the chat wants to hear me say that because they don't want you to get off the air, and neither do I. But when you do get off the air, please, take a nice rest. Take a break. Take a break. You deserve it. You deserve a nice break. You work so hard. I hope I covered everything I wanted to cover. So, all I could say is I love you with all my heart. You suck at impersonating me.
Fuck you, pal, The New York way.
That's right. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on, pal.
That's right. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on, pal.
That's right.
I appreciate you, Papa.
I love you, man.
I love you too, pal.
Always did from day one. From day one, I said, this is my friend. This guy's going to become my friend one day. Watch, you'll see. Sure as shit. We're friends, brother. We're friends. And if you need anything, and I'm talking about anything, just dial Papa Sal, and I'm there.
Nah, I appreciate that, Papa. I really do. Thank you.
Love you, buddy.
Love you too, pal. God bless you. I'll talk to you soon. All right, Papa?
Yes, please. Okay.
All right. I'll talk to you soon. Shout out to Papa. Sal about to have me go checking my damn temperature to make sure I ain't, deadly ill. I do feel a little sick, though. I ain't gonna lie. Fluffle Sal's new animal is going to be the animal from the Muppet Show. Cue the Papa Sal voice, T-REV.
What's going on, JR, Welcome, bad boy. Low 12. Brett, I appreciate your, support to the Rev Gang family. We appreciate you, Thank you, Brett. Hashbro says, BD, a lot of people don't like you, yuppie, in the crowd in colleges either. I'm sure quite a few have a BK bias for that also,
Papa Sal's. Hey, at least I'm sick enough. I ain't sick enough to where it shuts down my Papa Sal voice, You will bounce back. VIPs for sure. T and Papa. Appreciate you guys. Sending love and prayers to you and your family. You do amazing work. Thank you, Dina. Joe. Thank you. I appreciate you. DM.
not very muscular, but
let's jump into this
athletically
though.
built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM
Look
and
at
she stood
them.
in a frozen shock face.
Was that bushy enough for you guys? Let's go back and listen.
It's okay. I'm going to help you. Home at about 1:50 from the grub night food.
Let's dive
party
in.
on campus in Mogan and every day. One of the photos shows Mogan sitting on Gonsalves' shoulders with Chapin and Kernodle standing next to them. That night, Chapin and Kernodle went to a party on campus and Mogan and Gonsalves went to a downtown bar called the Corner Club. Now we're jumping into Sunday, November 13th. Mogan and Gonsalves ordered at a late night food truck at about 1:41 a.m. The food truck's live Twitch stream shows they ordered $10 worth of carbonara from the grub truckers and waited for about 10 minutes for their food. As they waited, they could be seen chatting with each other and with other people. And Gonsalves
You guys
and
are too
Mogan
nice.
used a private party for a ride home at about 1:56 a.m. But we do know that they arrived home at 1:56 a.m. One of the surviving roommates, identified in court paperwork as DM, told investigators she heard crying in the house the morning of the murders and heard a voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." She then saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her, the affidavit said. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male
Are those eyebrows bushy enough for you guys? You know? Cheer up, Papa Sal, and get better, T-REV. Hey, I'm good. Papa Sal thinks I should take a break. I mean, I took 2 days off, and I'm going to be going, when I go to Virginia, which I don't know exact date. I'm waiting for my fiance to get the her work straightened out so she can come with me. She wants to be there to support, so. But, you know, if say something did happen, I've prepared myself as much as anybody could possibly prepare themselves. Just Larry says prayers to Papa Sal and the Rev Game fam. Thank you, Just Larry. We appreciate you. I'm glad it shows you now. It shows me now, like people's members and how long they've been here. They never used to show that. Obsessed with for Disney says, love your narration, T. Hey, I'm getting, you know, that was my first 2. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. T sounds such like a professional. I got a lot of work to do, but hey, thank you. Thank you. You know, Patty, I've seen your comment on what was it? The last video. You were like, man, I can't listen to no one else but you. And then I seen somebody else is like, I could listen to you read a dictionary. I was dying. I'm like, man, I still got a lot of work to do, but I appreciate the very good comments and good feedback, even the bad feedback. Sleuth Stew says, you're going to ditch those guys? They're going to know. And that's about that footage. The one footage, yep. I know exactly what Sleuth Stew is talking about. Downtown Wonder, 5 members, listen to me. 5 months. Shout out to you in the 5 months. Thank you. Thank you for your committed support to the Rev Game family. I appreciate you. Downtown Wonder. You are hilarious. Stop. Very bushy. I know. I put that there for a reason. I mean, it's bushy eyebrows, right? So we know that the mask covered up to the nose. So I want to see in chat, honestly, and I'm being serious. I'm going to go see a doctor. I promise. I was actually just talking to my fiance about that last night. I have allergies and sound like UT. I take Claritin. Okay. Question to the chat. I want to ask you guys this. Do you believe that Dylan Mortensen allegedly picked Bryan Kohberger out of a photo lineup? I don't know why I'm thinking that happened. And I'm speculating totally, but it's, you know, in my mind that Dylan Mortensen somehow picked him out of a photo lineup. I don't know why I'm thinking that, but I really am. Mars said the creeper voice. Yeah, right. The rapper voice. I'm dealing with lung disease now. It was brought on by COVID. Pneumonia 2 times, no cure. Susan, my heart is with you and prayers are for you. Susan. I can only imagine what that feels like. The fear, the panic. God bless your soul. Everybody say a prayer for Susan. That is tough. That's tough. All I can say is if I was in jail, locked and innocent, I'd have, and I had an alibi, I'd be screaming that shit. He's prolonging the trial. Doesn't add up, says Big Dirty. Shout out to Big Dirty. But seriously, 1 for yes, 2 for no. Did Dylan Mortensen pick Bryan Kohberger out of a photo lineup? Or did they just go based off the DNA? I'm curious to see where everybody's mind is on that, because it is, I feel like that's in the realm of good speculation. Do you think, because there's things that are hidden. There's things that are hidden from us, right? Details. Obviously, we didn't get Dylan's full statement. We just know she's seen a guy clad in all black, bushy eyebrows. But did she pick him out from a photo lineup? I'm curious about that. I don't know why I thought of that or why I'm thinking about that. But for some reason, I just, I look at past investigations that the police have done and homicide detectives have done, and that's what they do. Claudia, you're behind in stream. Bushy brows above his eyes, and he ain't got no alibi. Ooh, it was a covered mask, says TF20. Yeah, I think that, cover your nose. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. Thank you, Delana. I appreciate you. Delana in the building. Do we? What do I need? Some Vita Craves? I mean, let's see. Let's take 2 Vita Craves. No. I wouldn't doubt it. Yes. No, I don't. 100%. I was going to say that before you brought it up. I mean, I've been saying it for days. I've been thinking, and I said it on the last stream, actually. Did she pick him out from a photo lineup? Yes. Let's see. T-REV, I see that happening 100%. Melissa said, I heard that. Mar says, yeah. Carolina A says, I don't know. Bitch Franklin, under duress. So you're saying she picked him out randomly out of 5 or 6 to maybe 8 people out of duress?
Oh, my God.
I'm not sure on that, says Pat Gordon. It was a rumor early on. I never heard it. I never heard that rumor, but that's crazy. I have heard that, says Lisa. When you getting married? No date yet. No date yet. Holly, thank you. I appreciate you. Audiobooks. Next. Say audiobooks. 2. 1, I see John says 1. 2, Donna, which no. Melissa says no. Tammy says yes. Mimi says no. Yeah, T-REV, you should get a chest x-ray. Damn. Last time I did, they told me I had cancer. 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. So I see a lot leaning towards no on that. But then I see a lot of yeses too. If she laid eyes on him, I'm sure she probably did. Mark Willis thinks so. Melissa. Missy says it. Says yes. Donna says yes. Nancy says yes. Yes, allegedly that what was said. Truth Exposed says he did get new tires. It's a fact. They also have the eBay receipt of him buying that K-Bar knife. I thought it was Amazon. Grandma says people need to research coronavirus is the common cold.
Oh, my God.
Wow. It's possible. Change plates, but he was going to have to change them by December 30th anyway. Dad come to ride home with him to make his Elantra less conspicuous.
Mel walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase, court documents reveal. The Mel walked towards the backsliding glass door. DM locked herself in the room after seeing the Mel. The document says adding the roommate did not recognize the Mel. Statements by the surviving witness and other evidence leads investigators to believe that the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m., according to court documents. The 2 roommates at the home who were not injured woke up later in the morning and summoned friends to the home because they believed one of the victims had passed out and was not waking up. A call to 911 was made just before noon about an unconscious person at the residence, police said. Now, I don't know if that's what sparked the rumors about Ethan being found in the hallway. Is that where Ethan was? They thought he was passed out, and maybe they made the 911 call then. I don't know. That's just me speculating, but let's get back into the timeline. Arriving officers found the door on the residence
that's what they
open
said.
and discovered the bodies of 4 fatally stabbed.
But then I got another x-ray and they said I was clear. But yeah, I had a lot going on. But yeah, they said I was clear. Weird.
Students. It was a pretty traumatic scene to find 4 dead college students in a residence, Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabutt later told a CNN affiliate. There was no sign of forced entry or damage, police say. Phone records indicate Kohberger's phone was near the quadruple murder scene between 9:12 a.m. and 9:21 a.m., hours after Kohberger allegedly killed the university students, court documents say. Moscow police issued a statement saying 4 people were found dead in an off-campus home by the University of Idaho. Moscow police issued a statement identifying the 4 homicide victims as Chapin, Gonsalves, Kernodle, and Mogan. Police said details were limited and no one was in custody. They added Moscow police did not believe there is an ongoing community risk based on information.
Now, this is another thing that it roused me up when I think about it, because they did say there was no threat to the community, right? And it was a targeted attack. How would you know that? Right? Common sense. How would you know that? Was something taken from the crime scene? Was there some type of sign left there to show that it was targeted? There has to be some type of signs at that scene that showed it was a targeted attack and meant for a specific person. That's what I get from that. Do you think I personally 100% think this was a targeted attack, obviously. And it was meant for one person or 2 people at most and turned in somehow to 4. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. But we all know Ethan wasn't supposed to be there, and we know Kaylee wasn't supposed to be there. So
information gathered during the preliminary investigation. Now, I do have questions about that myself, and I know a lot of us do. What is going on with telling the community there's no ongoing threat? I have no idea. Put your thoughts down in the comments below. Let me know what you think about that. Moscow Mayor Art Bedge released a statement calling the deaths senseless acts of violence. Bedge said only limited information could be shared without jeopardizing the integrity of the investigation. Green issued a statement offering condolences to the victims' families in the community. Moscow police do not believe there is an ongoing community risk based on information gathered during the preliminary investigation. However, we ask our employees to be empathetic, flexible, and to work with our students who desire to return home to spend time with their families, he said. So Tuesday, November 15th, Moscow police issued a statement saying an edged weapon such as a knife was used in the killings, no suspects were in custody, and no murder weapon had been found, police said. Also, based on information from the preliminary investigation, investigators believe this was an isolated, targeted attack, and there is no imminent threat to the community at large, police said. Later in the day, police released another statement attempting to calm fears of a killer on the loose. We hear you. We understand your fears. We determined early in the investigation that we do not believe there is an ongoing threat for community members. Evidence indicates that this was a targeted attack. Now,
yeah, see, they indicated. Evidence indicates that it was a targeted attack. So, with it being targeted, there was something at the scene that shows that. There's got to be something at the scene that shows that. And that's just personally my thought. Stephanie says, do you think they went back and got daytime video of his car on the rain cams? Absolutely think they went back and collected any digital evidence. They even said themselves that they wanted all the digital evidence that they could get. So they were definitely on foot canvassing the area. They specifically said they were themselves. And this is what they do in any homicide. They'll canvass the area. They also reached out to the local people in the community and said, specifically word for word, if you have any video footage, send it in to us. So to sit here and think about it, how high profile this case was, to see that there's 51 terabytes, I believe that a lot of the terabytes is video camera footage, from local to residential to from local to stores to all different types of stuff. That's what I think. I could be wrong, but I mean, come on now, 51 terabytes, what takes up a lot of space? Video camera footage, obviously, in my wholehearted opinion. I think the address was the initial target, not any individuals. They were secondary, says Horton. I love the point there. Traits of like serial killers or you know. And what was it? Somebody brought up a great point the other day that matches exactly what Horton 13 just said. And it said, what was it in the manifesto? It was November that, was it Elliot Rodgers? I can't remember, but I remember just reading about it. How many of you think that Buddy's collar was pictured on that knife in the memorial left for H? We'll come back to that. Regina Wright says, and by targeted because Dylan was left alive in Bethany, but the other 4 killed. Yeah. I mean, it's obvious that he skipped over Dylan. You got to walk past her 3 times to do what you're doing in that residence, right? So say you come to the back door. It doesn't matter whether you go to the left or you go up them stairs. You still got to pass that 3 times. You still have to pass it 3 times in case you know, what? I mean, no matter what, you're passing it 3 times in case you go out after you commit the first murders and go down and go out the front door. But what sense does that make? You just go in to Xana and Ethan's room and come back out, pass Dylan's room again, go up them stairs, and then come back down and go out the back door again. And that's passing Dylan 3 different times. Allison Cosgrove says, so happy I found you. What are your thoughts on psychic readings about BK and the Idaho 4? I don't believe a lot of psychics. I don't, but there is one that I do. I feel like fake psychics overcrowd the real ones. And I'd say the one that I like the most, it would be Reverend Donna. Shout out to Reverend Donna. And thank you, Allison Cosgrove. I appreciate you.
What that is, I would let you know. Wednesday, November 16th, Police Chief Fry held a news conference, the department's first in the case, and reiterated there was no suspect. He also backtracked on the assurances of no one at risk. We cannot say there's no threat to the community, Fry said. As we have stated, police stay vigilant, report any suspicious activity, and be aware of your surroundings at all times. 2 other roommates were home at the time of the attack and were not injured, Fry said. There was other people home at the time, but we're not just focusing on them. We're
Did you
focusing
say that twice?
on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence, he said. Friday, November 18th, 5 days after the murders, Kohberger received a new license plate for his white Hyundai Elantra, court documents revealed. The Washington State Department of Licensing provided CNN a redacted copy of a vehicle record which included a license plate number matching what is described as the new license plate in the court documents. Detectives by then had conducted 38 interviews with people who may have information about the killings and had taken the contents of 3 dumpsters near the house in the case they held evidence. Investigators also asked local businesses if there has been any recent purchases of a fixed blade knife according to the police update. Open for tips from the community, investigators released a map in the timeline of victims' movements. The map shows the 4 students spent most of the night separated in pairs. The victims were likely asleep before they were attacked, police said. The victims were found on the 2nd and 3rd floors of their home, Idaho police spokesman Aaron Snell told CNN. But the coroner told CNN she saw lots of blood on the wall. When she arrived at the scene, she confirmed there was multiple stab wounds on each victim, likely from the same weapon, but would not disclose how many stab wounds nor where most were located. Sunday, November 20th, 1 week after the bodies of the 4 students were discovered, authorities still had no suspect or weapon. Moscow police captain Roger Lehner said police had fielded 646 tips and conducted more than 90 interviews. Police Chief Fry said at a news conference, Fry declined to identify who placed the 911 call from the home where the students were slain, saying only the call came from the phone of one of the surviving roommates. He wouldn't confirm which one placed the call. There were other friends that had arrived at the location, Fry said, adding the person who called.
Papa Sal said, hold up, if there's a witness that seen them that night, I could almost guarantee she was asked to pick them out. Thank you, Papa Sal. I appreciate you supporting the channel. Thank you, guys. But yeah, I think so. I don't know why, but I do think she picked them out. Like I said, I'm just speculating. It's alleged, but who knows?
Called 911 is not a suspect. Tuesday, November 22nd, Moscow police said they looked extensively into information suggesting Gonçalves had a stalker, but they have not been able to verify or identify one. Friday, November 29th, a Washington State University officer located a 2015 Hyundai Elantra registered to Kohberger in an apartment.
See, we got a lot of people miss this and are like, when did police first hear about Bryan Kohberger? Right here. Listen again. This is when they first heard about Precious Soul Bryan Kohberger.
Second, Moscow police said they looked extensively into information suggesting Gonçalves had a stalker, but they have not been able to verify or identify one. Friday, November 29th, a Washington State University officer located a 2015 Hyundai Elantra registered to Kohberger in an apartment complex parking lot, and officials were able to zero in on Kohberger because his driver's license information and photograph were consistent with the roommate's description. Now that's on November 29th. Note that, ladies and gentlemen. Wednesday, November 30th,
29th.
Moscow police released a list of people who they...
So again, listen to me, November 29th, Bryan Kohberger was reported by WSU security. Noted.
Were consistent with the roommates and suggesting Gonçalves had a stalker, but they have not been able to verify or identify one. Friday, November 29th, a Washington State University officer located a 2015 Hyundai Elantra registered to Kohberger in an apartment complex parking lot, and officials were able to zero in on Kohberger because his driver's license information and photograph were consistent with the roommate's description. Now that's on November 29th. Note that, ladies and gentlemen. Wednesday, November 30th, Moscow police release a list of people who they believe are not involved in the crime, including the two surviving roommates, a man in the grub truck surveillance video known as Jack Showalter, the private party driver who took Gonçalves and Mogan home, the man Gonçalves and Mogan called numerous times the night they were killed, and any person at the home when 911 was called. A series of comments from law enforcement officials added further confusion to the investigation, Thompson said. The Latah County prosecutor said at least one of the victims was undoubtedly targeted in the attack. Soon after, Moscow police said they spoke with Thompson and affirmed his comments were a miscommunication. Detectives do not currently know if the resident or occupants were specifically targeted, but continue to investigate, police said, appearing to backtrack on their earlier
BK Phantom
statements.
Prince. He was a suspect, though. He wasn't a suspect. Yeah, he wasn't. November 29th, his name was sent in a tip. We got to mark that off. BK's Phantom Prince.
So it's important that you
I meant
note
my
that,
Phantom
ladies and
Prince. I don't know why I
write
said
that
BK.
down.
My
We
bad.
want to know deep about this case and when things were said. Monday, December 5th, regarding Gonçalves possibly having a stalker, police said investigators identified an incident in October which two men were seen at a business and one man appeared to follow Gonçalves inside as she exited to her car. The man did not make contact with her. Investigators contacted both men and learned they were trying to meet women at this business, detectives said. They believed this was an isolated incident and not a pattern
cap.
of stalking, and said there was no evidence to suggest the men.
That's cap. That's always been November 29th is when the university officer. Go read the PCA. I guess you never read the PCA. The 29th, his name was in. They got a tip on his name November 29th. It was mentioned several times that his name was on the 29th. Targeted or intimate attack by BK, where the perp knows their victims, whether or the not victims know the perp, i.e. BK stalked one or two of the roommates.
men were involved in the killings. Wednesday, December 7th, investigators said they are interested in speaking with the occupant or occupants of a white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra spotted near the crime scene around the time of the killings. Investigators believe the occupant or occupants of this vehicle may have critical information to share regarding this case. The police statement said, noting it had an unknown license plate. In addition, Moscow police began returning some of the personal belongings of the 4 victims to their families. It's time for us to give those things back that really mean something to those families and hopefully to help with some of their healing, Police Chief Fry said in a brief video statement. I'm a dad. I understand the meaning behind some of those things, Fry said. The items being removed are no longer needed for the investigation. Friday, December 9th, Moscow police said they have received an overwhelming number of tips related to their search for a white sedan seen near the crime scene around the time of the killing. Investigators were working through more than 6,000 tips they have received over the course of the investigation, Idaho State Police spokesperson Aaron Snell told other sources. Due to the number of tips received, calls were being directed to a FBI call center to help sort leads received, police said. Monday, December 12th, Moscow police explained why they have not released more details about the case. We are still 100% committed to solving
December
this crime,
19th.
Captain Lanier said in a video update on the
It was either December 18th or the 19th that he got fired from his job.
Investigation. We're not releasing specific details because we do not want to compromise this investigation. It's what we must do. We owe that to the families. We owe that to the victims. We want more than just an arrest. We want a conviction, Lanier said. Lanier's remarks came as hundreds of University of Idaho students were taking final exams the week before the fall semester ends. Our analysts have spent hours sorting through and trying to come up with the most relevant tips first for the investigators to follow up on. They have interviewed some of the folks we have interviewed earlier in this investigation to clarify information, Lanier said. Thursday, December 15th, Christy Gonsalves, the mother of 21-year-old victim Kaylee Gonsalves, expressed frustration over the police communications on the status of the investigation into the killings in an interview aired on NBC's Today Show.
Thank you, Carolina.
Sleepless nights. It's feeling sick to your stomach. It's just being left in the dark, Gonsalves said in the interview. Gonsalves also recounted the day she learned something had happened to her daughter. We're running around for hours, just not knowing what's going on and what happened, she said. We found out by people calling us and the sheriff showed up about 3 hours later. Gonsalves described learning about the police interest in a white Hyundai sedan around the time of the murders, not from investigators, but from reading about it in a news release sent to her by someone else. My first thought just started being like,
isn't that sad now that the parents found out? Like, just if you listen, it's sad as shit. Listen
to the killings in an interview aired on NBC's Today Show. It's sleepless nights. It's feeling sick to your stomach. It's just being left in the dark, Gonsalves said in the interview. Gonsalves also recounted the day she learned something had happened to her daughter. We're running around for hours, just not knowing what's going on and what happened, she said. We found out by people calling us and the sheriff showed up about 3 hours later. Gonsalves described learning about the police interest in a white Hyundai sedan around the time of the murders, not from investigators, but from reading about it in a news release sent to her by someone else. My first thought just started being like, how long have they had this information? Where did they get this information? Was it on camera? Gonsalves said. Tuesday, December 27th, trash recovered from the Kohberger family residence by Pennsylvania law enforcement and sent to the Idaho State Lab for DNA testing was used to help investigators narrow down Bryan Kohberger as the suspect in the Idaho murders, according to court documents released on January 5th. The next day, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash matched a tan leather knife sheath found laying on the bed of one of the victims, according to the documents. On December 28, 2022, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile, the document says. At least 99.9998%.
Yeah, Jeff killed that right there. This whole entire model built just based on exactly what we see in that footage. So traveling back down this road, you know, he really didn't go any further than that.
Of the male
right? He went
population
down to like
will be
right here.
expected to be
Yeah, he stopped where he needed to, in my opinion. So he went here, and then when it comes down, it's speculated that BK parked like right here where my mouse is, and you can't see it, but it's next to this blue vehicle on the screen next to my pointer. Did he park there, or did he pull up and park here, and then when he came out the back, allegedly, did he get back into this vehicle? Or suspects get back into the vehicle? Or did somebody drive him around, which people say that too.
excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's
Thank you, Penna Rose, on your
father.
notes.
Thursday, December 29th.
That's a good question, though,
police say
Midwest
they have
Beanie,
received
also.
about 20,000 tips through more than 9,025 emails, 4,575 phone calls, and 6,050 digital media submissions, while having conducted over 300 interviews in the case of the 4 students slain in an off-campus home. The home where the killings took place will be cleaned up, but remain an active crime scene under police control, authorities said. Moscow police said they have worked with a property management services company to remove potential biohazards and other harmful substances used to collect evidence, the update said. The home will be turned.
I was just having a conversation with someone in the comments that also said this isn't blood, that it was from what'd they say? They didn't say galvanized pipes, but they used another term, and I actually need to go back and find it. I need to go back and find this comment because I want to actually do a little bit diving into it. I was in bed, but I started having a conversation with him. I didn't even look it up, but I do remember having this conversation, and I forget exactly what type of pipes they said it was, but it wasn't galvanized, and I want to go take a sturdy look at it to find out.
Turned over to the property management company. Friday, December 30th, Kohberger, a 28-year-old graduate student at Washington State University, was arrested for the killings in his home state of Pennsylvania, authorities said. He was charged in a criminal complaint with 4 counts of murder in the first degree and felony burglary. He resides in Pullman, Washington, about 9 miles from the site of the crime, and was a graduate student in the university's criminal justice program. Kohberger is the owner of a white Hyundai Elantra seen in the area of the killings around the times of the murders. His DNA was also matched to genetic material recovered at an off-campus house where the killings took place, sources told the media outlets. Fry said police will aim to prove as much information they can about the extradition to Idaho in the criminal process, but due to Idaho state law, they are limited in the information they can share until the suspect has his initial appearance.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Hold up.
Hey T, how's it going?
What's going on, Jeff? I see you say, can I call in? So I figured I'd call you. What's going on?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna call into the show. Am I backstage right now? I'm not on there now, am I?
Yeah, you're live and direct.
I'm live. Hey everybody. Yeah, no, I was just kind of messing around right now with the visual of the little Elantra. And what I remember the other night, we were listening to the we saw the time that he goes around at 4:07, and then we were listening real closely to that audio at 4:21. So that's what I was listening to, because I wanted to try and put a visual to go along with what I'm hearing at 4:21. And then I thought, okay, right at almost exactly 4:21, just after it, I heard what I thought was a car door close or slam. And then, I thought, okay, now I should hear the engine right after it and hear him taking off. But there's like 18 seconds between that slam and the first time I hear any kind of an engine. So then I started thinking, I know everybody thinks my bucket theory, or a lot of people think my bucket theory in the trunk is a crazy idea.
Oops, wrong button.
But I'm telling you what.
Wrong button. I meant to hit this one.
Oh my God.
What's that?
No, I meant to hit
the
the oh my God button, but it said, excuse me, what the did you just say? I hit the wrong button,
That works too.
Yeah, but no. Seriously though.
So I'm thinking, I started listening to that slam a little closer, and it does have like a
what's the time?
Kind of a beefier, bigger sound than a car door, I think. So I'm thinking it makes a little more sense if he slammed the trunk, that it would take 18 seconds to then get in the car, start the car, and then I first start hearing engine noise. So
What's the time on that? Where you're talking about?
On the clock. Exactly at 4:21. 4:21:00.
Thank you, Creep.
Park it there and hit play, and you'll hear what sounds to me like a trunk closing. Now, again, I'm taking into account that it's 100 yards away, but if he's parked behind the house, then he is kind of like a straight line of sight to the camera. He wouldn't have those long apartment buildings, the 500 apartment buildings in between him and the camera. So
interesting.
Possible it could be heard,
Yeah, no, that's very interesting. It is possible that it could be heard. If you look at the model that you put together, which is here, the house right here, and you got
let me get this.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the distance. I mean, what does sound do?
Right. Yeah. If you consider where that blue car is parked behind the house, and if say he's parked right there or right near there, it's possible. I mean, that's a long distance, yes, but and it's a straight shot to 1330, right?
Yeah.
But
Also, somebody wanted to know what is Jeff's profession? Somebody asked in chat, and they were just curious. I don't think they were being disrespectful.
Yeah, I'm a proctologist, but I'm thinking of changing over to being a YouTuber.
A proctologist?
No, I'm just kidding. I haven't had enough sleep or something. I'm kidding. No, I'm a video editor, photographer.
Yeah, they wanted to know what you were. I've said it before, but maybe they're new. I think they're newer.
Yeah, I used to make political TV commercials for like 20 years at this with this political consultant. It's basically most political consultants they just go to like some facility to get the commercials edited. And this particular political consultant decided to keep all that money in house, so they bought a Mac. Back in the day when I first started, we were using software called Avid, and then we went to we went from Avid to Final Cut Pro to Adobe Premiere, and that's what I use. That's what I use now from home.
I used to make when I was editing music videos, I used to make little not flyers, but like I used to put together these dope graphics. Just learned based off of stuff I watched from YouTube.
Yeah, Final Cut Pro was really good in the beginning. I thought, it made us switch from Avid because Avid was they were editing movies, and they still are editing movies with Avid. We switched over to Final Cut Pro, and then Final Cut Pro started to want more people that were just average people to use their product, and they kind of turned their back on us professionals and started targeting just anybody doing home movies. And that was, so we kind of said, forget you, we're going to Adobe Premiere. But also, T, I emailed you something. I just found it real quick when I did a Google search when you were talking about pipes and drips and stuff. Take a look at the thing I emailed, because there's this person's got a picture, assuming it's a real picture and everything. The drips that are coming from the upper cabinets in the kitchen down the look very much like what you see on the outside of that house. So part of me wonders if that's legit. I mean, could that be that it's kind of some kind of rusty pipe drippings or?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up now.
Up until I saw that just a few moments ago, I was leaning towards, yes, this is blood. But after I saw that, I thought, man, the pattern looks very similar.
It looks similar for sure.
Again, I did Google it quick, so I don't know if it's somebody, that knows people are talking about this case and then they're photoshopping something like that. But
I'm trying to find it here. Let's get up here. I'm trying to find the actual picture of it. Right there.
Great documentary, by the way.
Appreciate it. I was about to call you Papa Sal for a second.
Right, hey, you could call me Papa Sal if you want to. I don't know if I could do Papa Sal voice or nothing like that, but
what's going on?
Yeah,
we appreciate
Papa
you, Jeff
Sal.
H, you know?
He's my grandpa too, you know what I'm saying?
I got it pulled up, but it's kind of hard to see from here. Maybe I need to zoom in.
But you see the kind of like the dripping pattern.
I'm gonna save it. Let's see. Or actually, I got it zoomed in. Let's see if I can pull back on it a little bit. Boom. Okay. So maybe that'll work. Let's go up a little bit. All right. So I have it. Let me full screen it and see if everybody can see it. Thoughts? Thoughts, chat? I don't know if you can see it very well, but thoughts?
I mean, it looks very similar.
The only thing I'd say maybe is it the light that makes that look so red.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to check this against I got a friend who's a plumber and show him these two pictures and see what he thinks.
They said you can see it on the pipe.
Hey,
It's
Papa
blood.
Sal, love you too, Sal.
CC says you can see on the pipe it's blood. You do see on that one part right here on the picture where, let me pull this up and pull that back up.
Yeah, on the picture that's outside the house, you can see that it looks like drippings are going behind that pipe, and then there's that one instance where it went over the top of the pipe, which makes me think that it's not from the pipe we're looking at, but something that's inside the house. Now, is it a pipe inside the house, or is it, a victim that's coming from? I don't know.
Blood to me. I can't see. I don't think it's blood. I can't see well. Blood, Dylan. Blood looks different to me. Blood, Dylan. I don't think Dylan bled that night. Damn, first time seeing this. Holy crap, that's blood splatter.
But that Reddit post, all it says, there isn't much information with that kitchen photo, but it says, I woke up this morning just to find blood dripping from the pipe hold up to behind my sink. I don't really have any more information other than that. And then of course everybody commented on it, but
it's just weird that I don't see it anywhere else but there. And if you look at, if we pull up a model from the house, right? So if we pull up a model of 1120 King Road, 1122 King Road, excuse me. If you pull up a model of that house and you go to that direct footage, or not footage, but let me go inside and go back upstairs. If you go and look at the direct location that alleged blood was found, it's right behind where the bed would be.
Right. Yeah, it seemed to all add up. My assumption was that this was Ethan in the bed, and then this is, made its way to the floor and then outside the house.
I mean, look at that. Let's pull this up here. Look at this. I mean, woo. The wall, I mean, that's lined up perfectly.
Right.
The where the alleged blood on the wall here, it's lined up perfectly where a victim would be.
If there's any kind of a slope to that floor, I don't know. But then you got to ask yourself how much is the mattress soaking up? So,
right.
I don't know. And is he right up against the wall?
Ida in chat says, my uncle is a plumber, period. He says rust liquid does not drip in this way.
Now then, what is the picture in the kitchen though? What's the explanation for that? Because it sure looks like it drips in a similar fashion.
Anyone with the knowledge of anything like this, I'd love to hear from you. I mean, honestly, we want to know. We want to know. I mean, because it does look similar, but the difference on the pattern on the one that was on that wall is it's completely bright red, and it sticks out like it sticks out like a sore thumb.
Now here, I'm not watching the chat close enough, but Tammy, I guess maybe she said it in the chat. She just texted me. She said, I was in the plumbing. Could be Christie's glue for pipes. I guess it's a brand of glue. It's a cement for pipes. So maybe, let me look up Christie's pipe glue and see what.
Yeah, I mean, if we can find something that could debunk that, it'd be pretty good to put that out there. But I mean, it's right there on where Xana and Ethan were. Now we know allegedly Xana was found on the floor, but there's arguments that Ethan was found in the hallway or on the bed. I wasn't there in the Halloween pics. Same stain copied over.
Yeah, I thought that too. I thought, that could be, if somebody is like, knows we're looking into stuff like this, it'd be, but you can see the patterns aren't the same.
Yeah.
They look similar, but they wouldn't line up if you tried to line them up.
Yeah, we got it put up. I got it pulled right up so we can see here. Now, it's right on the south wall. And it's right there in Xana and Ethan's bedroom, or where Xana and Ethan were. Xana's bedroom, specifically. But if Ethan was in the bed, it would make sense that blood dripped down that wall if it did leak to the foundation.
Right. It kind of adds up, but I still think though he would have to be pretty much up against that wall, or maybe he was like on the bed, up against the wall, but hanging over the bed. Now I'm seeing. Actually, let me send this to my friend. Let me send a picture of the.
Right here, where my mouse is, is where the blood allegedly is. The alleged blood right here.
Yeah, I can see the drips on there. I can see the in that picture where
I'm no professional. I can't say whether it is or not, but it is. I will say this: it's mighty eerie that it's right here. It's eerie that it's in a room where the victims were. I will say that. Heating oil would be dark too, says Tweety US News. Is it red glue, says Mike Jetson.
I'm trying to find my good high-res
Miss Pot
picture.
says, I know I'm late just joining. Do we know exactly how many beds were taken out in the trucks that day? I only remember seeing one bed taken. Looked like a full queen. When did they take that twin bed? That's a good question. What day was that? Copper doesn't clot, says Carol. I thought Ethan was in the kitchen, says Jeep Girl. I know people say that Ethan was possibly in the kitchen, but if you look around here, it's speculated that he was in the hallway, just based off some speculation going around. I don't know why they put it in here on Kula, but they did. So if you look specifically here, I'll show you. Right here, turn around, it says, speculation that Ethan was found here due to ambiguous interpretation of the affidavit. And then it says Xana was found on the floor of bedroom 2B, which was her bedroom. Now, but it says that here, and then if you come in here, it says Ethan was found in an unknown position and location in bedroom number 2. Now, if you go back and I listened to the coroner, it says that she said specifically that the victims were sleeping. But then, there's a lot of different statements that were made. It's crazy. It's definitely wild. I'll give it that. You there still?
Yeah. I just sent I'm slowly getting a response from my friend who's a plumber. He's not giving me the response I want. He just typed what WTF question mark. I guess when somebody sends you a picture like that and doesn't actually read what the question was. I'm almost positive. Assuming Christie's pipe glue is kind of known in the business for plumbing, I'm sure he'd be familiar with it. But I think I've sent him this picture before. I never questioned.
Never got an answer.
I've
always felt allegedly BK attacked Ethan in kitchen. Just Amber says Xana was found on the floor and was there for at least 8 hours. I think that's her blood. Well, this is, let's see, on the floor there's I don't know. The plumbing in the house doesn't add up to it being rust in that area of the house. There was no plumbing associated with that wall at all. You smell jealous. Says Xana heard something, ran back to the room, told Ethan somebody is here. Ethan went to check it out, in my opinion.
Oh, Bing bang.
Monda 5 King says, as cold as it was with fog icy, would the blood freeze as soon as it neared the cold temps? That's a good question. Would blood freeze? You can see the blood as it gets to the bottom. It darkens and the blood doesn't. It coagulates. Let's get a close-up picture now. Let's go to this one, which is the original. That's the original right there. Now hold up, that's weird. Because
it does say blood can freeze. It says at a temperature of -2 to -3 Celsius. So
this is the raw picture, the first one. I don't know why the one I have looks darker red on this leaf, but put it right there next, side by side. The house looks to have. T-REV says, I think if it wasn't blood, they would have called their rental owner and let them know. Was the bed turned sideways with its side up against the wall? The way that the bed was like this. Well, the way it shows right here, allegedly. I mean, do I know that to be the truth? No.
I'm wondering if Christie's pipe flew. I'm about to send him a picture. He said, no clue. Who's Christie? Come on, man. You ought to know. Okay, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe Christie's pipe glue is not because he's a very good plumber. He uses all the best stuff. Maybe Christie's is kind of like a lower stuff that maybe you or I might use, but a plumber, no. I don't know. I've never heard of it. Or he might be like, oh yeah, I forgot it was called Christie's.
Excuse me. The fuck did you just say?
To tell him, come on, man, you're live. You're live on YouTube. Hurry up.
Coroner did say it was extremely bloody scene. Appreciate you, Miss Potts. Allison Cosgrove, and also remember this pic is from the day after. It would have turned a brown color by now if it is blood. Have JLR run down there and look. They won't even let him get that close, but I guess you would have to kind of get a spot from the street and zoom in if it's not blocked off. I think that's blood on the foundation. Rust has an orange-brown color, not red and dark red, Slayer Reflection says. Doc Terry says, I promise you it's blood.
He didn't on that live stream. Didn't I send you a picture of my water heater and the
yeah, and it kind of looked like that.
That was more of a brown. I mean, it had a similar drip pattern, but
I still have that somewhere. Let me pull it up. Where is it?
I think I can find it in the email and resend it to you.
I know I have it here somewhere. I put it. The heck did I put that bad boy? I might have even got rid of it. Who knows? Let's see. I remember having it though. That one was the closest one I've seen yet, as far as, is it blood? I'll pull it up right now. This is the one that Jeff sent from the water heater. Let me pull it up.
You got it. I found it too, but yeah, cool.
Yeah, dripping. Oh no. That's the thing you sent me. Comparison. No, I'm looking right now. Yeah, my water heater right here. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this was the closest example I've seen yet. Here it is right here. This is the closest I've seen yet when it comes to this picture.
But yeah, you can definitely see that's got a more of a brown brown color.
Now that's the closest I've seen, ladies and gentlemen.
I think I see what might be going on with my plumber friend. I'm on an iPhone. I think he's on a different phone, Android maybe. I don't think any of the pictures are going through. So all he's getting is my words probably don't mean anything.
There's a reason they mentioned bathroom and PCA, in my opinion, says Viv Keenan. There is a reason they mentioned bathroom and PCA, in my opinion. Like as if he washed the hands, somebody cleaned their hands in there. What are you thinking? Twisted crime
Viv,
scene.
are you thinking, like, I know they mentioned it. I thought they were mentioning it just to kind of say, okay, I've walked up the stairs. Now I'm passing a bathroom on the left. But maybe it's more significant that their mention of it.
I want to see this. That looks like rust. What on Jeff's pipe? Is that rust, Jeff?
Yeah, I think it's kind of a rust.
It actually does when you zoom in on it.
Yeah, I need to replace that water heater before it blows up and floods the basement. My wife
actually does
kill me
different.
for showing our embarrassing water heater on YouTube.
Oh man, we'll take it up. I mean, yeah, no. Doc Terry said that looks like rust. I put a few photos in Discord of rust runoff sawdust stains and cement. Also put photo zoomed where you can see pipe. Here, let me look. Oh, wow. Real blood drops on concrete. That's an interesting picture. Let's look at that. I'm going to have to zoom in big time to get this, though. Regina posted this one. Thoughts on this? Is there a floor plan with water heater placement? Says Hollis. Good question. That's a great question. Something that we could dive into. Also, if there was alleged cleanup before law enforcement arrived, could they have pushed the blood to the edge to be able to seep through? Says Stacy.
Oh my God!
I don't fucking know, you know. That's wild. I've never seen that come out my water heater, says Mark Willis. Flower Power says yes. It's so weird. Let me see if it'll bring. I can't pull up.
Yeah, that little on my water heater, that little door that's there where the stuff is coming out from under it. If you take that little door out, it's like it's almost like a styrofoam type of filter type material in there. So whatever's going on in the water heater is managing to get past that little filter and drip out under the door.
Yeah, right. %, normal. Brenda says it doesn't matter if it's blood or not. Doesn't matter. Doesn't help solve the case. I mean, they got a guy in custody already, so I mean, they're already doing that.
But you know what it does make me do? It makes me think a little bit about like the position of the victims. It maybe, I wonder, for me, it starts to answer the questions like, how did he not get any blood on him? Well, if you stab somebody in the front of their body and throw them onto a bed face down, you pretty much have sealed up any, it's just all going to go into the bed. Maybe very little onto the floor, maybe very little onto him. But I don't know. I try to imagine, like, if somebody, like, if he, as he's going through doing this, is he going to be conscious of what he's stepping in and what he could potentially step in as he's doing this?
Grandma Patty said, when cops were talking to Kaylee, could you see that outside wall? And if so, were the stains there then?
Cammy said, inside a water heater is a gigantic
glass lining.
I'm beginning to think, Tammy, you ought to come over here and fix my water heater. You know about the Christie's? You know about the glass lining?
Would the sheath be covered, soaked with blood too? Would the sheath be covered, soaked with blood too? Great question.
What's the question? Would the sheath be covered with blood?
Yeah, that was a great question. I mean, it's between two victims, was it?
You would think so.
I would think so. I know I haven't seen it, but it'll be in a bag at trial, I'm pretty sure.
Right. But I wonder if I'm so tempted I even have it in my my cart on Amazon to buy a K-bar knife just to try and understand this a little better. But my thought is if that strap with the button snap is stiff enough, after you take the knife out, do the snap, the top snap and the bottom snap return, not that they snap, but that they come back together so they're touching because the leather is stiff. And then in essence, because they're touching and covered, does that protect the inside of that snap from any additional blood or saturation from that the rest of the knife sheath might have gotten?
It says personally, somebody mentioned the sheath. Coroner said no one before her should move the body, so how did they find the sheath underneath anything? It specifically said investigators found a K-bar knife sheath on the bed with the bodies of Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves. The sheath was face down partially under Mogan's body in the comforter on the bed, according to court documents. So, right. I mean,
it's the same kind of thing with me and my wife. Like we're looking for the remote for the TV and it's like under hers or under me. That's the kind of what I picture in my mind is like it's partially under but partially sticking out.
Mm-hmm.
My plumber friend is no use. He texted back. All he texted was, "Ain't nobody got time for that."
I don't blame him.
He's useless. He's a great plumber, but he
said he's useless.
He's terrible on panel for helping us out here.
Yeah, this shit is so. That's why I went and did the little dive on the timeline, because it seems that a lot of people have formulated a fictitious timeline. Seriously, people will hit you up and say a lot of inconsistent things when it comes to the timeline that was given out. Now, the first thing people respond back and say, well, you can't believe cops, but it's the timeline that we have. Right, it's the timeline that was given to us, and don't we have to take them as, face value? We can't just say, well, nah, fuck that. That's not what happened. Or we got to have receipts for anything that. So if somebody's like, well, no, she was here, or, she wasn't there, but we know that Ethan and Ethan and Xana were at a party. They went to a party at 8:00. And we know that Kaylee and Maddie were at the Downtown Corner Club. We obviously seen them go to the food truck. And we obviously, like Christy said in that video on the video with, who was it again? Olivia, Chronicles of Olivia. She said that she's seen them get home on Ring Vid, and that's still sticking in my mind. She's seen them get home on Ring Vid. So it's like, that's what
I think, because, in the courtroom, they're going to be battling against the stuff, stuff like what you see in the PCA and what the law enforcement has to say. So it seems like for me, I feel like it's a better use of my time to ponder on that rather than to set that aside and say, oh, maybe it's like drugs. Maybe it's flushing drugs down toilets and stuff like that,
There's no heater on the other side of the wall. Unusual Perspective said he's got a life and a job.
Who's got a life and a job?
He's talking about your buddy.
Oh, right.
You know, there's a lot of smart asses around. He's got a life and a
No,
job.
but they're you know what? They're probably 100% right. He's actually out there working. And
He is.
I mean,
he's probably
he's
busting
got
his
no
ass
time.
right now. Everybody's
He's got
different.
no time for this. Now, though, you start talking to him and you'll see that he does this kind of thing. But when it comes to politics, then he's on. So that's his thing that he'll ponder on and talk about.
Yeah, that's a lot of.
You are fake
Which
news.
is fine. I used to be that way until I gave that up.
Last chance for what did I do? That wrench going to your head. Why are you putting me in timeout for no reason? What do you mean last chance? Who are you? I've never seen you before. What's going on? What happened? What did I miss? I've never seen you in chat before. This is my first time seeing you. Who put who in timeout and what? If my sister was killed like that, I would definitely run across the street and ask anybody if they caught that on camera, right? Which they did, Papa Sal. They surveilled that whole entire area for video footage and other areas. 51 terabytes. It's a lot of footage. It's a lot of footage, pal. If you watch some of the News Nation episodes where they went to the house after it was fenced, stop there are quick shots of the concrete. It really looks like blood was still there then. Well, if it is blood, proves my butt's claim it was awfully bloody in there. Not to be graphic. You didn't.
Yeah,
miss
I think it would be interesting to talk to somebody who knows about like a crime like this and how much blood you'd expect. Like, is it something that you see a lot of it right away, or is it something that over time it seeps out to where you've got to you just blew that smoke in my face, T. What are you doing, man? Well, at least on my YouTube did. That's a delay. You blew that smoke like 20 seconds ago, right?
Nah, I just did.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. Not that much delay then.
Ask Coffin Doffer. Yeah, I'll have her back on soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell a beautiful messy ball to tell my plumber buddy it's from Hunter's laptop.
I got her coming back on soon, so. But yeah, no doubt, Jeff. I appreciate you.
I don't want to take up too much time. I've taken up a lot of time already, but I'm gonna work on this little video and see if I can't enhance the sound a little bit, right? But on your end, like, listen to right at 4:21 and see if you can't hear a trunk close, and then about 18 seconds later you hear the car like taking off. I'm just trying to assess from listening to that sound, like, what part of the engine that I'm hearing is like him flying from the back of the house to King, or to Queen, I'm sorry, making that left on Queen, maybe losing control a little bit, because I do hear a little pause, like maybe he lost control, and then now he's straightened out and he's taken off. Because I don't really want to put out a video that shows like where it's obviously wrong, that I've got it wrong. I'm trying to really be careful with the animation, matching it up with the sound, and that it makes sense. Because if it doesn't convince me of anything, then I don't think it's going to convince anybody else. And I don't
agree. Hash Bro said the 112 footage might have his license plate whenever he left, and also the 3-point turn. Agreed.
You know what's interesting though? If you look at that 1112 camera, the one still picture we have, look at what it does to those license plates of the cars that are parked there. Unfortunately, that's that night vision effect. The license plates look just like a glowing white. You really can't make too much out, but who knows? Maybe might. One thing you might be able to make out is that maybe there's no license plate on the front because it's not required in Pennsylvania. That could be a little bit telling.
That's crazy as hell looking.
Yeah, like what Chris says. Yeah, man, I'm listening very closely to see if you can hear a Home Depot bucket being put in the trunk.
This stuff I'm looking at with these pipes is pretty wild looking. Huh. Interesting.
Hey, T, can I play 2 seconds of Stairway to Heaven for Danielle?
For what?
2 seconds of Stairway to Heaven for Danielle.
Come on, Jeff. You better run everyone out of here. Go ahead.
Wait, 2 seconds.
Bing bong.
Bing bong.
There you go. Just 2 seconds. That's all.
There you go.
I know it's not for everybody, but I saw 2 people that.
Yeah, nah. I feel you. Yeah, we can have a music session. You know, it'll be labeled music session. So when they come in or not. Well,
Yeah,
you doesn't have it. It doesn't say that. You know. You know what I mean, pal?
That's right. That's right. All right, give me the get the F out of here.
You know.
Get the fuck out of here!
I'm out of here. I gotta
All
go.
right, Jeff.
I gotta go impersonate Elvis again.
You have a good day, you know.
Hey, I sent you that email with the YouTube of Papa Sal on the Golden Girls. So you can figure out. I just want to know which one of those Elvis impersonators is him. I can't remember which one he said. But all right,
I have to go check it. I have to check. I seen it. I seen you sent it. I don't know if it'll get me a
I
copyright.
just can't remember which one he said. I think he said maybe it was the one on the far end to the right.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if it'll. I'll try. I'll see. I don't know if it'll give me a copyright or not.
Oh yeah, don't do that then. Yeah, well, yeah, just email it to him and solve the mystery.
I'll post it in
we got enough
Discord for him.
mysteries to deal with. Let's solve at least one.
I'll post it in Discord.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
No doubt, brother.
All right, T.
All
right,
my-
God bless you. I'm praying for you and your grandma. You hang in there, man.
Appreciate you, Jeff.
All right, bye-bye.
God bless. Shout out to Jeff.
Washington State University was arrested for the killing. He would be turned over to the property management company. Friday, December 30th, Kohberger, a 28-year-old graduate student at Washington State University, was arrested for the killings in his home state of Pennsylvania, authorities said. He was charged in a criminal complaint with 4 counts of murder in the first degree and felony burglary. He resides in Pullman, Washington, about 9 miles from the site of the crime, and was a graduate student in the university's criminal justice program. Kohberger is the owner of a white Hyundai Elantra seen in the area of the killings around the times of...
Jeff made this a lot of people asked, and I put it down below and actually tagged, but Jeff made this picture and a few other ones. Turn off the phone, bring the K-bar, don't pet dog, resist, trim eyebrows unchecked, and don't forget sheath. Jeff's funny as hell.
His DNA was also matched to genetic material recovered at an off-campus house where the killings took place, sources told the media outlet.
She's in hospice
Fry
right
said
now.
Police will aim to prove as much information they can about the extradition to Idaho in the criminal process, but due to Idaho state law, they are limited in the information they can share until the suspect has his initial appearance in an Idaho court. Tuesday, January 3rd, in an extradition hearing in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, Kohberger agreed to be extradited to Idaho. The judge ordered that he be handed over to the custody of the Latah County District Attorney's Office in Idaho within 10 days. Thursday, January 5th, Kohberger made an initial appearance in the Latah County Courthouse in Moscow, Idaho on January 5th. Kohberger smiled at his public defender when he walked into the courtroom and did not appear to make eye contact with anyone else throughout the whole entire proceeding, including family members of victims who were crying in the first row. Steve Gonsalves, whose daughter Kaylee Gonsalves was one of the murdered victims, was with his wife and other relatives in the front row, reported by several media outlets. Adding family members were seen staring at Kohberger throughout the hearing. A no-contact order for the murdered victims' family members and the surviving roommates for 2 years were requested by the prosecutor and upheld by the judge. After Kohberger's court-appointed attorney, Ann Sher Taylor, requested a review of bail and prosecutor Bill Thompson argued no bail should be upheld, the magistrate judge presiding over the case upheld no bail for the alleged murderer. Thursday,
Hold up, Jeff made this one too. I can't believe that's an Elantra. The same Elantra, you know? Jeff made this picture too. That shit was funny. He said, wait, that's T-REV? This is amazing. Yeah, that's me. I did this one and I made a whole nother documentary. It's about almost 40 minutes and we'll play that next.
March 2nd, court documents unsealed in Monroe County.
Court documents unsealed. Welcome, everybody. You are on the Allegedly with T-REV show. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Also, make sure you hit the notification bell so you do not miss out on any live streams or any documentaries that will be dropping in the future. You know? You know what I mean? Pennsylvania revealed a cache of items seized from Kohberger's parents' home shortly after he was arrested. The items included medical-style gloves, a silver flashlight, a black sweatshirt, black socks, and a pair of size 13 Nike shoes. An evidence log also revealed investigators took knives, a cell phone, black gloves, black masks, laptops, dark-colored clothes, and dark shoes, brown boots, and a pair of New Balance shoes. The knives included a Smith & Wesson pocket knife and a knife in a leather sheath. Criminology books, including one titled Criminology Psychology, and notebooks also were seized, along with a shop vac and personal documents that show logs. Wednesday, May 17th, a grand jury indicted Kohberger on murder and burglary charges. If found guilty, he could face the death penalty, which we know he's facing the death penalty now, but I wanted to go through the full timeline. There is the full timeline. Let me know your thoughts, comments, build the conversation up in the comments. I appreciate you guys being here. I love you, Rev Gang family. I will see you guys at the next live. I do have to go. All right, hold on. Let's pull up this next one. We just dropped this one yesterday.
So we'll call him that as well.
Into some of the interview and said, let's go ahead and take this walk and take the last. All right, so I put this one out yesterday. It's 37 minutes and it has a lot of stuff. Papa Salsa, you sounds video, the timeline video that I dropped. Make sure you go check it out. Appreciate it has a lot of facts to it because it is the timeline that was given to us by the police. I appreciate everybody, all the new subscribers. If you're new to the channel, make sure you smash that subscribe button. Make sure you turn on your notification bell for all true crime. Now, with that being said, let's go ahead and take this walk and take a little deep dive into some of the interviews, the pressers, and known surrounding facts to the case.
My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. I'm going to be reading from my notes today because I want the information you received to be extremely accurate. We know you have questions, and so do we. That is why we're here. Joining me today is the Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, University of Idaho President Scott Green, Provost and Vice President Tori Lawrence, University of Idaho Dean of Students Blaine Eccles, Latah County Sheriff Richie Skiles, Chief Deputy of Latah County Tim Best, Idaho State Police Colonel Kedrick Wills. This was a horrible crime that took the lives of Ethan Chapman, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves.
Now, this is the start of the presser, and you can immediately hear he got a couple names wrong. He had Kernodle right. I think he got Ethan Chapin wrong. And then Kaylee Goncalves is how he said it. And a lot of us had it wrong coming out, but to be on the police force and to get that wrong, I think that hit home with the family. To me, I think it was disrespectful to them. And maybe that's how they took it at the time because they were grieving. But I know that. Do you think that honestly, for you guys, and I picked up on this, I thought it made... And I could be completely wrong, but I thought it did upset a few family members. Like, and I know a lot of us had these names wrong, like last names. Like, for instance, Kernoodle. I used to say that, but it's actually Kernodle. And then Goncalves, but it's really Gonsalves. You know what I'm saying? And being the time that you just lost your family, right? And then you hear somebody pronounce their name wrong, it probably will piss you off. Same, I mean, anyone, right? Fry sounded like he was shouting out the band. What the Chief Fry is 53, no offense, he looks older, says Giovanna. It always, when people say their names wrong, I feel like it outraged, in my opinion, but that's just my opinion. Could have Cat K says. Unfortunately, the discovery turned over far by the state doesn't appear to corroborate BK committing the crime. State is going to have to prove their case, and I don't think they can.
Oh, my God.
Can't wait to see it. We'll be watching together. We'll definitely be watching that trial for sure. Will Warren. Thank you, Will Warren. I appreciate you. Welcome. Welcome to the Red Gang family, you know? Jeff H. Few bucks for some Claritin. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that. I have some prescription Claritin. They're appreciative of the good law enforcement work that was done here. Now let's get back to looking at this first presser and analyzing it.
This horrible crime has affected all of us, the families, the University of Idaho, our community, our country.
He's right. It did affect our country. And let's take 1 second in this video to pray for the families and the victims. Amen.
And our officers. Agencies that are involved in this task force include Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho
Welcome,
State
Trina.
Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigations. As we continue our investigation, we have learned that Ethan and Xana were at a party on campus.
Oh yeah, I gotta show. I kind of want to jump into the story of that night for Xana and Ethan because there's a lot of confusion surrounding it, and I would just like to cover the facts to it. On the night of November 12th, Kernodle and Chapin had gone to a fraternity party at the Sigma Chi from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. on the University of Idaho campus. The young couple then arrived back at home on King Road that Kernodle, Mogan, and Gonsalves shared with two other female students around 1:45 a.m. on the 13th of November. The two locations are only minutes apart on foot and based in busy student areas, close to Greek Road where the Idaho University students and sorority and fraternity houses sit. Now I do want to cover this topic here because it is heavily talked about within the true crime community. Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin were found dead by his best friend who checked for their pulse before calling 911 from a surviving roommate's cell phone 8 hours later. The unidentified friend had gone over to the Moscow, Idaho home on the morning of November 13th, hours after Chapin and Kernodle, both 20, Maddie Mogan 21, and Kaylee Gonsalves 20, were slain in their sleep by suspected killer Bryan Kohberger. Sources told news outlets Chapin's best friend found the two bodies and took their pulse before shouting at roommate Dylan Mortensen 21 and others to call 911 around 11:58 a.m. What the real story is, I don't know, but I think we're gonna have to wait till trial to find out. So let's continue back on the presser and keep diving in.
And Madison and Kaylee were at a downtown bar. They arrived home sometime after work.
All right, so this was interesting. I'm glad you brought this up. Sunshine brought this up. All right, so I was looking at something. Extended interview parents of slain University of Idaho student. This looked like Kaylee. I thought it was interesting when I went and looked at the interview. Now, I'm going to pull it. Let me go to it real quick. I actually need to pull that up. I was like, damn, like, if you had a twin, that was her twin. And let me see if this comes up. Yeah.
We're going to be here for a couple days just to regroup a little.
Yeah. Can
Interesting.
you just tell me a little bit about Ethan? I think I was told he was very athletic.
said,
I
what
think he
the
played
fuck?
was it basketball and tennis or basketball. Just tell me a little about his interests. What did Ethan like to do?
Anything.
He
You
played
name it,
Definitely
he
ain't
played
on no
it,
mute.
literally. I think we just watched a thing from the university, spike ball champion, volleyball champion. I mean, right? I mean, he just literally would play and do anything. He played club soccer for years. He was played,
So, whoa.
you know, we traveled, all of our kids are athletic and we traveled every weekend and he was involved in anything. He just literally, he was, I don't know.
He just loved to play.
Yeah, that was reports that, you know, came out from multiple different sources. I've seen articles about it and all different types of reports on that. And that's why I covered it in the documentary, is the fact that they said that Ethan's best friend checked his and Xana's pulse. Now, I figured I would cover that because it's put out there. It's in articles. You can go and look that up right now and you will find that.
Everything.
He did.
All
He
the
loves
sports.
sports. I mean, our love language with him was
Thank you,
sports.
Trina.
Like I literally watched, I follow like NFL football so that I can literally have a conversation with Ethan because I could, you know, send him a text message and, you know, that was you know, I don't know, just everything. I don't know, that and country music. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, he's funny. He literally, we were trying to
It
have a
is hard to
conversation
watch.
really quickly about our favorite memory. We can't come up.
They seem to be always together. I mean, did they all go to high school and then college together also?
Elementary.
So I know Sunshine wanted me to pull up the photo, and it is right here. I thought it was like, man, if she had a twin, they look close, you know? They look close, but enough of that. I'll leave it at that.
145.
So Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves had gone to the Corner Club that night, a downtown sports bar at about 10 p.m., from which they departed at 1:30 a.m. A live stream video on Twitch by the Grub Truck, a food truck 4 blocks south at Friendship Square, Main and 4th Streets, showed Mogan and Gonsalves at 1:41 a.m. chatting and smiling, getting their food 10 minutes Doesn't later, look dead to and me. leaving to take what the police initially said was an Uber ride home, a trip about 1 mile. The police later rephrased their statement to say the ride was provided by a private party arriving home at 1:56 a.m. Now, we touched on this in the timeline last night when I dropped the documentary. Now, I do want to bring up an important detail. The Gonsalves family sat down with Chronicles of Olivia and put out an interesting statement. Now, what caught my eye that was in this interview that Chronicles of Olivia did with the Gonsalves family was Christy said she saw them get home at 1:56 and that the Grub Truck footage solidified the timeline for her when it came to Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves. So I do want to make that point to everybody. If you haven't went and watched that interview, go watch it. She says she's seen the girls arrive home on Ring video. I thought that was interesting, and you might too. But let's dive back in.
If anyone in our community or across our nation has any information about these times,
Tars, I don't know how long you've been around, but let me pull up Tars' comment because I just had it in my sights and I was bringing it up. If you go back to all the different podcasts I've did, you will hear me specifically say that. And I wish the vote polls still showed, because a lot of people thought it was JD for months. I'm talking 7,000 votes, 90%. So, you know, without having DNA, I'm a person that stands by DNA. I think DNA doesn't lie. Period. I stand by DNA all day long. If you got DNA, it's hard for me to really come up off that until proven otherwise. Welcome, Robert. I appreciate you joining the Red Wing family. Shout out to Robert Belt in the building.
for the victim's whereabouts, please call our tip line at 208-883-7180. The facts of the case that we know right now. We know that these homicides occurred in the early morning hours of Sunday, November 13th. Around noon, Moscow officers received a call of an unconscious person. Officers discovered the bodies of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves inside the residence on King Road. Four were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time. There was no sign of forced entry into the residence. Investigators are continuing to collect evidence.
Thank you, Regina.
at the
I'll be
scene.
looking for it.
Investigators are working to develop a timeline to relevant events. Autopsies are taking place today on all the victims so we can continue to gather evidence and solve the crime. Investigators are working to follow up on all leads and to identify a person of interest. Based on details at the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims. We do not have a suspect at this time, and that individual is still out there. We cannot say that there's no threat to the community.
At this point in the presser, they said that there was a threat to the community, but they would later change that statement, and I always wondered why. Let's keep going.
And as we have stated, please stay vigilant, report any suspicious activity, and be aware of your surroundings at all times. What we do know,
I'll be looking.
or what we don't know, excuse me, the identity and location of the suspect, the location of the knife or any clothing that was worn by the suspect. Currently, we have 25 plus investigators working this case, as well as assistance from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Idaho State Police. We're reviewing video that has been collected, but we are asking citizens to contact us with any
Send it to me.
information you may have that will help in this investigation.
So here's a little background on Moscow Police Chief James Fry. He is considered a quiet, modest man. Typically, he only has a microphone in his face at city council meetings. But the slaying of 4 University of Idaho students on November 13th thrust the 53-year-old face of the Moscow Police Department into the national spotlight. He does not want to be the guy who's front and center, Moscow Mayor Art Bedge said. He doesn't want the limelight. What he wants is just results, and he works to provide other people with the resources that they need to achieve those ends. Fry provided updates on the case at news conferences packed with national and local media and watched across the country. He and his department of 30 sworn officers faced criticism by some who said Fry did not provide enough information and that his department was not equipped to handle a quadruple homicide investigation. Bedge said he could tell Fry did not like speaking at the press conference or two. It wasn't his natural niche, he said. He grew into the position and did much better with each passing press conference. Latah County prosecuting attorney Bill Thompson said Fry presents himself as he is, very straightforward and candid. Fry said in an interview last week he was unable to answer questions related to the investigation because of the gag order issued by Latah County Magistrate Judge Megan Marshall. The order prohibits police and attorneys from providing information on the case. He was, however, able to dive into his service background. Fry, who has a wife of 32 years and 4 grown children, started at the department as a reserve officer in 1994. He rose through the ranks and became chief in 2016. He has deep roots in Moscow, in our community, and our university, and that definitely shows in his care and consideration when leading the Moscow police, UI spokeswoman Jody Walker said. Walker said the university has a long history of collaboration with Fry and the police department, and that provided a great foundation on which to work when the 4 students were killed November 13th. He cares deeply, he's very professional, Walker said. In 30 plus years, the Moscow police, Fry has worked a handful of homicide cases. He said those cases gave him...
So in this video, I also was able to find, 2 videos of Kathy, but it was really one because it was recorded from 2 different agencies or sources, should I say, news outlets. And you'll see that in here also.
Experience and knowledge that helped with the U of I student killings. That included knowing when to reach out to Idaho State Police and the FBI for assistance. In the UI stabbings, the work of the Moscow Police, State Police, FBI, and other agencies led to December 30th arrest of Bryan Christopher Kohberger, a 28-year-old Washington State University graduate student. The arrest in Pennsylvania came 7 weeks after Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xander Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were stabbed to death at the woman's rental home just off of the U of I campus. Fry got a rare taste of the FBI in 2019 when he graduated from a 10-week training course at the FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia. Fry told Moscow Pullman Daily News in 2019 the opportunity is presented to 1% of law enforcement personnel in the U.S. He took 17 graduate level credits at the course. The classes included leadership, contemporary issues in law enforcement, and behavioral analyst, Fry told Daily News.
Thank you, Miss PJ.
Bedge said Fry brought those skills to the U of I student homicides investigation. He said Fry's nearly...
Thank you, Hope. I appreciate that. And Ben said the YouTubers that flipped on this case is because they were rejects and wanted to flip for subs. They used to say he was guilty. Now they changed. Pockets changed, but once this case is over...
Oh, my God!
3 decades at the department also helped. Being here and starting as a patrol guy and working his way up, he achieved foot-on-the-ground experience and then gradually garnered administrative experience as he grown up through the ranks to be chief, Bedge said. So he knows it all from top to bottom. Fry described himself as a servant leader. I believe that we need to take care of the people that we have working for us to go out and perform the duties, Fry said. He said he tries to lead his officers by example. There's nothing that I would ask our
for officers to do that I wouldn't go do, he said. As an example, less than a month ago after he graduated from the FBI course, Fry directed traffic in knee-deep water during a Moscow flood. So there we go, there's just a little background on Chief James Fry and who he is to Moscow, Idaho. So let's dive back into where we were at.
So at this time, I'm going to open it up to some questions that I'm sure you have, and we'll do the best we can to answer those for you.
I'm Amanda Rowley with Crumb 2 News. You mentioned that there's an indication
Welcome,
that it's an
Uncle Slick.
isolated, targeted incident, and there is an individual somewhere. Can you give us a reason as to why there's that belief there is a suspect? And can you also give a little more information on the forced entry? There's no sign of forced entry, but was the door, did it seem like any of the entries were left unlocked by any means?
We're not 100% sure if the door was unlocked, but there was no damage to anything, and the door was still open when we got there.
Could I add one more question? You asked for videos or anything from the community to help put together that timeline. We obtained a copy of Twitch video, and family members of the Gonsalves family were able to identify Maddie and Kaylee in those videos at a food truck ordering food. Is the police department, our investigators, aware of that video, and has it helped put together that timeline?
We are aware of that video, and it has helped. It gives us a time and space where we know that two of our victims were, and that helps us a ton, and we'll continue to follow up all leads that we can and continue to gather those.
Any indication of a party at the home that night?
Not that we know of, not at the home. We know that Zaina and Ethan were at a different party on campus.
Chief Wright, John Webb with KHQ. On September 12th, there was a vandal alert that was sent out about a potential stabbing threat on Paradise Path. Does this have any connection with what we've seen so far?
Not that we know of it, but we're following up every lead. Every piece of information we get, we are following up to ensure nothing has gone unturned. We want to have the individual identified, who is the suspect.
That was from me. All of that was sent to me. She asked me to send it to him. That was about it. But
this
yeah.
eventually. So we are literally looking into every aspect of everything.
Thank you,
You guys have
Midwest.
said repeatedly that there's no threat to the
A
public.
lot of documentaries coming out. How is there no threat to the public? This is what they were asking during the time of this interview. I thought it was very interesting because they kept asking, not just him, other reporters kept asking, why are you saying there's no threat to the public? And you'll hear it right here.
But we don't know who the suspect is. We don't know where he's at. How is there no threat to the public? at
It's
this
not.
point?
Well, that's kind of an unknown. Like I said, we took the information that we had at the time, but we do need to be aware the individual is still out there, right? We need to be vigilant. We need to watch out for our neighbors. We're a community policing community. We've said that for years, and it's the community that watches out for each other. We need to continue to do that until we can close this off and make an arrest.
Why has there been such limited information over the past couple days? I mean, we're almost 4 days into this. Why has it been so limited?
Yeah, it's a difficult, we have a lot of information coming in. We have tried to push out some information through press releases, but the reality is I probably should have been standing here a day or so ago, but I'm here.
They definitely know it was targeted. There's something out there that tells them that this was a targeted attack, Pat. I'm telling you, just by the way that they say this so many different times, they mention it over and over how this was a targeted attack. It's crazy.
Now we're going to continue to be here. We're going to continue to
They
give
knew.
you the information we can. We care about this community. I care about this community. I've worked here for 27 years.
What's going on,
I
Steve?
want this community to be the safest community around. So
The mayor's called it a crime of passion. Is there any indication that that's true?
Now, the mayor had came out and said it looks like a crime of passion, but where would the mayor get that information? See, that's what makes me think that they had some type of information to know that this was a crime of passion. How? Maybe something being left behind? Was there items taken? What was it? Now, I'm just throwing this out there. I'm totally speculating. Do not count this to be a fact, but it really does aim at information being known early on in the case. Let's jump back in.
we're looking into every aspect of this. We're going to continue to investigate and evidence will get that. So
One last
somebody else?
question, if I could, Chief. Have we looked at any boyfriends or any ex-boyfriends, any spouses as a potential suspect?
I will tell you, we're looking at everyone. Every tip we get, every lead we get, there's no one that we're not going to talk to. There's no one we're not going to interview. There's no one that we're not going to look into. And we're going to do our due diligence. We're going to make sure that.
So Jasmine, please tell me you don't believe. All right. For instance, I'm going to give this example for everybody that says this, because so many people send this in an email and say, hey, man, I seen Papa Rodgers here, or I seen Papa Rodgers there, or I seen Papa Rodgers. Do you know I can go make 5 accounts right now and name them all Papa Rodgers with the same profile picture? I'm just putting this out there. People need to really, they say open your mind, right? People try to come at me and be like, open your mind, you believe the media and all these different people, man. You need to open your mind. No, I read the documents and came up with my own solution and answer as of right now. Now, I'm following out with it. I want to see what the defense comes up with. I want to see if all the evidence and different stuff that they found on Bryan Kohberger leads to Bryan Kohberger. Obviously, we have a suspect in custody. But anybody can go and create a Papa Rodgers account just as well as a Bryan Kohberger account came in here the other night. Anybody in here right now can make a Google account and create a YouTube that says Bryan Kohberger, Papa Rodgers, and I'm sure a lot of you know that, right? A lot of you should know that you can create that account right now. 5 of them. You can come in on 5 different Papa Rodgers accounts. Probably just gave about 1,000 trolls. I'm just saying 1,000. About 100 trolls ideas. Damn, man, I'm gonna be Papa Rodgers tonight, man. I'm telling you.
Nothing goes unturned, and that we do everything we can with the assistance of all the resources we have to get a final answer.
Thanks, Chief.
So there were, sorry, I'm Emma Epperly with the Spokes Interview. Hi. So there were other roommates who lived at that residence. Were the roommates home at the time of the attack?
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
So since they were home, was it a hostage situation?
No, it was not.
And then they didn't call it into police, so were they injured?
They were not injured, but like I said, we're still following up with everybody that could have been in that area.
And how can you say it's a targeted attack if you don't have a suspect?
Like I said, we take the totality of the situation. We try to make the best bit of information we can with everything that comes in, and then we make our decision off of that. So at this time, I'm not going to expand upon that. But like I've said, we do have a suspect out somewhere, and we are looking for that individual to solve this.
Hi, Rachel Sun, Northwest Public Broadcasting. I just want to clarify something you said earlier. Over the past couple of days, the information that we've been getting is there's not a threat to the public. And earlier I heard you say you can't be sure that there is no threat. I just want to clarify what your stance is on that.
So we still believe it's a targeted attack.
So the very logical thought here to me when thinking and going back and listening to this presser is that by November 16th, they knew that this was a targeted attack. Now, there would be signs at the murder scene that would prove it would be a targeted attack. What they knew, I can't explain. We still have 0 answers from the coroner. We still have a lot of unknown information that we don't know about, but we do know one thing. This was targeted.
There's still a person out there who committed 4 horrible, horrible crimes. So I think we got to go back to, there is a threat out there still, possibly. We don't know. We don't believe it's going to be to anybody else.
I know you said when the call came in, it was for an unconscious person, and also that was a stabbing. It seems, just from an outside perspective looking in, like that would be not the first thing a person calling in would think.
You're right. But
hold on, let me see.
Hi, T-REV. It's Andy from Texas, and I was just calling see if I could get on your show. Your documentaries are awesome.
Thank
you. Did a
you.
really good job, and I love Jeff. He is amazing. I actually like him better than Detective John. Anyway, he just is more logical and almost less emotional about everything. But I did have some stuff I want to talk about with you, including like Dylan identifying BK and some stuff along those lines. Anyway, I hope to talk to you soon. Bye.
Thank you, Andy. I definitely will hit you up. Let's see. Andy. Andy. Oh no, I would play it, but you say your name in there, so I don't want to dox you. And I can't play that either because you say yours. Okay, we're good.
The report that we got was that it was an unconscious individual. It wasn't until our officers arrived on scene, went in to do caregiving check on the individual who was unconscious, that we found the scene that we found.
Hi, Heather Roberts with ABC News. Just to follow up on what she asked, so the other two roommates were there at the time of the attack?
All the information that we have from our investigation is that yes, they were.
Okay, but they were unhurt.
That is correct.
So is there any explanation as to why it took so long then for someone to call 911? You have surviving witnesses to an incident at 3 or 4 in the morning, and the 911 call didn't come until noon?
I don't think I ever said that they were witnesses. I said they were there. So, you know, we don't know why that call came in at noon and not in the middle of the night. Would have we loved for that to have happened? Yes, but that's not how it took place. So that's why we're investigating everything still to try to pull all the pieces together.
Were they one of the people, were they the 911 caller?
At this point in time, I'm not going to divulge who our 911 caller is.
See, they wouldn't say that.
Just because I want.
So that, honestly, we can't take away the rumor that the phone call, the 911 call came from one of the roommates' phones, but not only did it come from one of the roommates' phones, it was alleged that it came from Ethan's best friend. We can't debunk that because that's what the rumor is. And it's that his best friend went in there and checked Ethan's and his pulse.
Want to keep the integrity of the investigation at this point, okay?
Okay. And last question, are you able to tell whether the same weapon was used on all 4 victims?
You know, that's why we're having the autopsies done. The autopsy will confirm that and hopefully collect some evidence for us, even from those. That's why you do the autopsies, is to try to be thorough and try to get
No,
them
they
more.
didn't.
So we'll leave that. That would probably be something that would come out later.
I mean, Derek Shug, Fox News Digital. Was there anything missing in the home, or were the purses still there? Any robbery attempt, anything like that?
Nothing that we have identified. And I'm going to take about 2 more questions, all right?
Hi, I'm Tim with the Daily Evergreen. I was just wondering, were the 2 other individuals present at the home when police responded at noon?
Yes.
Chief, if you don't mind elaborating a bit more on those 2 people. Was it 2 people? What have those people shared about the circumstances of that night, what they saw or didn't see?
I'm not going to go into what they shared that night. Obviously, that's part of our investigation. That's part of the information that we're trying to build our complete story with. So as far as that goes, we're not going to go any further into what they know and what they don't know.
All right, I do want to call back that one caller. Let's see. Let's give her a call back. Let's see what because she had some good points in that voicemail. So I do want to see what she was talking about.
Hi, Jay.
409, what's on your mind?
It's Amy from Texas.
What's going on, Amy? I heard your voicemail just before, and I wanted to give you a call back.
Yeah. First of all, just you're doing a great job with the documentaries, and man, you sound so professional.
Thank you. I try.
Yeah, you lay everything out really nicely, and also I really like Jeff a lot. I find myself kind of hanging on his every word because he's so logical, and he's just very. I like how he says that you're supposed to say "in my opinion" before things, because you know, he's just not arrogant like some of the other people that you've had on there.
Yeah, right. And that's why they're not here no more.
Yeah, just the arrogance, and you know, just saying, hey, you know, this is just, I could be wrong, but you know, are you still there?
Yeah,
and
okay,
sorry,
you're right.
I thought I lost you.
You're good. You're good.
Just you know, that's just not a good look, especially because there's so much that we don't know, and to say, this 100%, this is the way it is.
Exactly.
And then a lot of times, you know, I did like Detective John. I'm sorry, I hope I'm not allowed to say his name or whatever, but
I mean, we don't
like
fuck with him no more.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I like some of the things that he had to say, But he a lot of times got his facts wrong, and I just like want to come through the phone and be like, no, that's not right. That's not right. So
No comment.
anyway, I appreciate I appreciate the new talent that you found. But I wanted to talk to you about it's just been going on in my mind about how and this is speculation, that I think that Dylan was able to identify Bryan, possibly through a photo lineup. I just have this really, really strong feeling that because she said it looked like, sounds like he was like in one of those masks that covered his mouth and his hair and everything, but his eyes, like if I saw his eyes, I would never forget them. And if, any of his like ID pictures and stuff like that, I think that they she saw him and they knew about it. And once they had their suspect, they showed her like a photo lineup, and I bet you $10 it's going to come out at trial and that she picked him out of a photo lineup. Again,
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm thinking. Are we hearing an echo right now, chat? What's going on? We hear an echo. What's going on?
You got an echo? I thought my stuff turned off.
No. It could be me. They're saying echo caller, but I don't. Let me see. Let me try this real quick. Let me see. I'm still. Oh, no echo here. Miss Brazy says. One says yes. They say no echo. Caller is. I don't hear no echo with the caller either, though. Amy sounds clear to me. Maybe
echo,
I have her.
Echo.
I don't hear no echo with you. No echo for me. But yeah, no, you have some great points. You have some great, but they say they hear it. Maybe it's because they have headphones on or something, and I would hear a little echo if there was there. But in my opinion, with this whole, like, that's why I thought of that. And in general, did she pick him out from a photo lineup? Because think about it, you're seeing somebody, you're pretty much seeing half their face, right? With the way that they explained it in the PCA is he had like the first thing I think about is a COVID mask anyways.
Right.
No.
The COVID mask.
Have her call back. I hear an echo from the caller, but I can still understand. Okay. She has an echo. I hope DM did that. You hope DM did what? No echo. Echo, just her end. Sounds like she's on the moon. I don't know why I don't hear that.
Something. Is that also listeners just fact better? I'll take you off a speaker.
It don't sound bad to me, but chat will be the first to tell you. I'll tell you that much. All good here. No echo. Caller. Do a yodel.
Oh my God.
Oh, you can sing? Let me find out. Oh, he said that's worse. Echo not that bad, but sounds like she's in an open room or on speaker.
I'm off the speaker now, so hopefully that'll help.
I mean, you sound super crystal clear to me. I need to pull up the stream. What's going? I'll pull up the stream. Let's see. I'm not hearing it. I do hear it. I hear it a little bit, like a tad bit.
Is
you can hear
better?
me? Yeah. I mean, you sound good to me.
Okay. Well,
it's
sorry,
not that
guys.
bad. I just heard it. It's like it's just a tad bit.
Okay. Well, and then also like, so definitely like that Dylan thing. The police were very, they were very tight-lipped about anything that the roommate saw, and probably because if they said that there was an eyewitness to the guy, that might have put their lives in danger. So I definitely think that there's going to be more information about Dylan recognizing him. And I also wanted to touch on the police chief mispronouncing the names. They're human and everything, and I get it, and I know that they're probably, that guy, Chief Payne, I think it is, he looks like he's just trying to hold it together. But it really would have been nice if they would have taken the time to practice the names and found out the way to pronounce it, just out of respect for the victims.
Mhm.
But they are human, and I forgive that, and I'm sure their families probably forgave it too, but I would be mad as hell.
There's been some reports from a few different sources out there about them texting during the homicides. Now, I've seen a couple people report that, but I always wondered, where do they get that information from? Have you heard that also, or is it just me?
I did. I heard that they were doing that, but as far as the 8 hours, I am I'm going to give those girls the major benefit of the doubt, because I think that when the story really comes out, I think we're going to find out that, that there's definitely more to it. They weren't, either they thought it was a prank and went to bed, or, I'm even thinking that maybe, if he did see her, which I don't, and my common sense tells me that he did not see her on the way out, and that's why she's not dead. But I do believe that he could have said something like, you better get in your room and don't even dream of calling the police, or I'll be back for you. I could definitely see something like that happening. But I believe that there's going to be a very logical explanation as to why they did not call the police right off.
Right. And that's kind of how I've been thinking too. At first, I was like, man, one of them possibly allegedly involved, or there's something's not right with it. But it's like, as time went by, no arrest with either one of them. So, like I said, there's an explanation.
They were involved. And I don't know if you remember reading Kaylee's diary. I know we've talked about this before, but she mentions her best friend in her diary, and she mentions Bethany and Dylan. And there's all these people trying to make this narrative that Dylan was side-eyeing them and all. Just really ridiculous stuff. But to me, it looked like that they were all just loved each other to death. They were really good friends and best friends, actually. And there was no beef between them. They're just the speculation. That's why I'm kind of like, I understand the gag order, but I wish that they would get rid of the gag order and just let the public hear what actually happened, because it just, people are crazy and they go off on these wild rabbit hole speculation things that just don't, there's no proof of that Dylan was involved or anything. There's nothing that proves that, and if she was, she would be in jail.
Right.
So, I don't always inherently trust law enforcement, because I've had my experiences. My husband has had his experiences. I know a lot of really great law enforcement that are really good, honest, true people, but I do know some bad apples. But it would have to be an entire conspiracy of all these different agencies, FBI, state police, local police, to try to pin something on Bryan Kohberger. And that's just not, to me, that doesn't even make any sense.
And how many times have we brought that up here? You know what I mean? Like, how many times have we talked about all these agencies? Okay, so say that there was evidence in Pennsylvania in his vehicle. Say there was evidence that he was found there and that he kept close to him. Say there was evidence at his apartment. So you're going to say that all these involving agencies that assisted into this case had a, played a role in planting evidence, if evidence was collected there? Now, I'm not saying that there is, but that's what I've always said. I'm like, they would all have to be playing parts of this investigation and planting things if Bryan Kohberger did have anything on him in Pennsylvania. To think that, I think, damn, like, that's wild to me.
Right. Yeah. It's too far-fetched. It's not logical. And it's also like this dissuade us from looking at the evidence of the DNA, even though it's a small amount of DNA. It was a sole source of DNA, and we're talking about a guy that probably meticulously planned this out. You know, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind he meticulously planned this out. And I really don't think he thought he would get caught. But he, in the back of his mind, he always knew, hey, it's a possibility that they could catch me. And so he, you know, he made some little, you know, carrots to throw out that might, you know, look like it could exonerate him. So there's no doubt in my mind that he meticulously thought it out. I think that night that he went there, he was still a little bit unsure. I think that that's the driving around, and then finally he was like, fuck it, I'm going to do it. And I think the car, you know, circling around like that, and then finally he's just like, okay, this is it, I'm going to do it. And he did it, and he made mistakes that there's things that happened that he didn't think about. And thank God, you know, otherwise he would have gotten away with it. And not to say that he's guilty, this is all alleged, but I do think they have the right guy. I think it was him. I think it's going to come out that Dylan was able to identify him. I think that he took a lot of precautions so that he wouldn't transfer blood. Maybe wore like a Dexter type of suit, something. Yeah, he just, you know, he was a smart guy, but not as smart as he thought he was, you know.
Yeah, definitely not as smart as he thought he was. But we do got to go with, you know, let's see if they have the rest of everything, which to me, I would like to see how they became victims. You know, how did they get into his scopes? I want to know more about, or his, or whatever. If there is another suspect, I have no idea. And because
I feel like if there was another suspect, then they'd be, you know, in jail as well. So I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibilities. I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibility that he could be innocent. But my instincts tell me that he's the one. And I do think that law enforcement, you know, aside from pronouncing the names wrong, I do think that they made some errors, like the way that they were processing the crime scene, coming in and out of there. You know, these people probably have never experienced anything like this before. So, you know, something this gruesome and just I can't even imagine having to go and look at that crime scene. Those poor young kids, you know, with their whole lives ahead of them, to see them go out like that, it just must have been really traumatizing. But that being said, they should have been wearing their proper gear and maybe controlling the scene a little bit more than they did. But other than that, mispronouncing names and, you know, they're allowed to lie to the public. If there is if there's a reason for it, then they're allowed to lie to the public and say, oh, no, we don't have any suspects right now. You know, and they do this for different reasons that, you know, we don't, untrained professionals don't understand that. But for all this wild speculation to be going on that you know, the roommates were involved and that it was a drug house, that one really pisses me off. That's such a disrespect to the victim. I'm sure
yeah, they're trying to. I see some Miss Potts says, and I was just about to say this. I was gonna say the defense is working on planting doubt on 3 different officers, calling for their records. So they're trying to plant doubt out there. They're already doing that.
All they want, but there was DNA found, and whether the officers have had some issues in their past,
right?
I mean, maybe
DNA,
but that still doesn't discount the evidence that they do have. And I really hope that there's more. You know, I was really hoping they were going to come back with stuff in the car, but I'm still not 100% sure that I believe Ann Taylor and the document that said that there was no link, there was no DNA in the car, because it was worded very strangely. I mean, to where it was kind of leaving it open. And
I still am having a hard time believing that. However, if he was, thought he was as smart as he was, he probably took precautions to where there would not be DNA found in the car, and there's several things that he could have done to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So, including cleaning it. I mean, there's been multiple accounts of him cleaning his car, even his sister. Now, again, none of this has been totally confirmed, so I'm only going by what I hear. But like cleaning the car a lot. But if he was, I could see him meticulously planning this to where he had like something on over himself, and then he took it all off before he got into the car.
Mm-hmm.
And just like you and Jeff have talked about, a bucket or whatever. I mean, there's all kinds of ways he could have done it. But I'm definitely thinking they got their guy. I do want to keep an open mind because I know that, mistakes get made by law enforcement. I know that there's some bad apples in law enforcement. I've had experience with them. But overall, I think most people that go into law enforcement are good people that really want to, protect and serve and not frame some 28-year-old criminology student for a murder and risk their entire careers to do so with no other suspects behind bars for it or no other evidence that shows that anybody else was responsible for it.
Yeah, no doubt.
Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm babbling. You got me
You're
babbling.
good. No, you're good. I appreciate you calling in. That's why I called you back. So
I appreciate you calling me back, and
Mhm.
I love your show. I love your respect for the victims and your perspective on everything. One last thing, though. Do you still think Papa Rodgers is Bryan Kohberger?
Absolutely, 1,000%. Allegedly.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay, even with the
1,000%.
new reports coming out that the account was reactivated?
Where?
There's been a lot of articles coming out. You could probably Google it that are saying that Papa Rodgers' account was reactivated.
Where? Well,
And-
let's see. I'm not seeing one article. How would anyone
Okay.
besides him have? I don't see any.
I have. I'm trying to think of where I've seen it on some of the other channels.
Yeah,
I'll
they
definitely-
just want to. I haven't seen nothing official, which is why I'm sticking to it.
Okay.
You know
Well,
what I
was
mean?
just wondering. I'm gonna say that I definitely think he knew some stuff, but my instincts are telling me that I don't think he would be that stupid. But then again, he drove his own car and circled around where people, where there were cameras and everything. And he was very arrogant. So, that's always what pride and arrogance will always bust you. But I'm kind of leaning towards where's my tinfoil hat?
Somebody said tinfoil hat, and I was like, nah. But I do think I think that Papa Roger is him still until proven otherwise. Nobody has proven me otherwise that it's not. So, I mean, people
Okay, well,
said a lot of
do you still
different
have your
things, but
email?
I've never seen it.
I'm going to find the article and email it to you. Do you still have your email up? Or
Yeah. You could just type ! Email in the chat. It'll pop up.
Okay, I'm going to look for it and email you. It might be a YouTube link. Can I send that to you? Can I send you a YouTube link?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, good deal. All right, well, I'm going to let somebody else get on here and bend your ear, but I really enjoy it. Thank you again. I sing your song all the time. I swear, it sticks in my head, and I just love your song. My son was telling me that, what kind of beat is that you drop after the hook?
You said beat?
Yeah, it's like there's a name of that beat. It's like Pop Smoke used it a lot.
It's like drill, I guess, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I just get on beats.
Yeah, no, it's like a boom. There's a like a certain it's a certain sound. My son is a rapper and singer, and he was telling me, he was like, it's got that, and he mentioned it, and I can't remember the name of it, but he loves it, I love it, and it sticks in my head. I don't know why I'm not hearing that on all the radio stations. But
Somebody said 808s. What are you? Let me see. 808s. I don't know. There's it's like a pop drill type beat, in my opinion. But
yeah, he's because I was like, Pop Smoke used it in his music, right? He was like, yeah.
you're talking about 808s. Then you have to be.
Yeah, that's got to be it. But I'm just a white 49-year-old white woman. What do I know? But anyway, I love hip hop. I love rap, and I think your song is a hit. And I love you, and I really appreciate you letting me call in and talk to you.
Absolutely. I'm gonna go record it at a professional studio and see here in Chicago.
That wasn't professional. That sounds good.
Nah, that's right here in my room.
Wow, you did amazing. Man. I can't wait to hear how it sounds in a professional studio. It can only get better.
Yeah, no doubt. 100% with a professional engineer behind it. I mean, I've been doing it for years, but I'd like to see what a professional engineer can do behind it. But I do appreciate you calling in and all the good points that you brought up. Wonderful conversation.
Awesome. Great talking to you, man.
Thank you, Amy. Lock your doors too. Stay safe. Make sure your windows are locked too.
Okay, will do.
God bless. Love you back. Shout out to her. I appreciate her. Will says there is no way they didn't get his license plate in the video. Yes, the back. Why haven't we heard about that? Do you think state is waiting to release? That would be sealed, in my opinion. I mean, thanks. That wouldn't that taint the jury pool if they put that all out there? Like I said, there's a gag order on this case to protect the integrity of the case and the rights of the defendant, in my opinion. That is my wholehearted opinion on the gag order. We're not owed anything. We're not owed the gag order to be lifted. We're not owed any of that. We're just, we can see what's available for us to look at. And we have conversations about it. But hey, and maybe they did capture that license plate. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they don't have a shot of it at all. But I'm interested to find out if they do. I'll tell you that much. Welcome, Ice Queen. I appreciate you. Thank you, Will.
Welcome to the Red Gang family.
Said Bang Bong beat. BK would be singing like a bird if someone else was involved. He said Bang Bong beat. That's Nims. That's a remix. Ice Queen and Sarah, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys joining. Spencer, T-REV is the best on YouTube by far. Thank you. I'm glad someone thinks. I don't want to be the best. I just want to be myself. State is keeping plenty secrets until trial. I bet anything they have tons of more evidence. I guess that's what you'd be saying. And then you said,
Bing bang.
But yeah, I'm about to get out of here. I appreciate you guys. Make sure you go check out the 2 documentaries that I dropped on the timeline. And
those walking towards
this is the real timeline. So I did drop 2 documentaries. Boom. This one's 20 minutes. And the one that we were just watching is 37 minutes. It has the coroner in it. It has a bunch of different little fun facts in there. I appreciate everybody that pulled up today, showed love, was in chat, talking, respectful. Thank you guys. Miss Brazy, Miss Potts, Danielle, Mar, Delana. Maybe they have clear pictures when he returned to the crime scene too. What he do during that time, or what did he do during that time? We don't know, but law enforcement knows. Danny Martin, Laura Jarrett, hottest spot reporter on NBC National News. Hottest spot reporter. I appreciate you guys. We've been on for 4 hours going on, so Thank you guys for all being here. I appreciate all of you. And I'm going to be working on some more documentaries. I am going to be working on some more. If you want to catch me, I will be in Discord hanging out. Maybe tonight we'll have movie night or something in Discord. So shout out to all the new members. Make sure you join Discord. And the only way that you can join Discord is if you connect your YouTube account that has your membership attached to your Discord. So if you want to join and come in and have movie night with us, talk about the case, you know, make a couple friends, meet some of the Rev Gang family, make sure you come by the Discord because we were always in there. And I appreciate everybody that is coming by and supporting the channel and the growth of this channel. As we grow together, we will keep doing that. We have more cases that we're looking at, documentaries on other cases. It's not just always the Idaho 4. There is tons of different other cases, people that need help. We cover this case, and we have covered Kylie Rodney. We've talked about Jessica Chambers. We talked about Missy Bevers. We talked about several different cases on this channel. We have already helped out other people of missing children, somebody's missing daughter. You know, we've done tons of things. Not only that, we put Journey on her journey in gymnastics. Thank you guys for that. We've done a lot of good stuff as a community. So to think that we're just sitting here and doing nothing and it's pointless, no, it's bigger than that. It's bigger than that. And it's because of y'all. Remember that. Thank you, Eastern. Thank you, Eastern girl. I appreciate you. But yeah, on that note, all I can say is, and we'll leave it at that. So we'll, you know the routine. Let's remove that. Let's hit this and let's go. You know, it's Rev Gang strong, baby.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
Normally the voice of the voiceless, people get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rev Gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have it back. So I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
Why do you have such a hard-on for Jennifer Coffindoffer? You have a hard-on for Jennifer.
Wake up. Yo, if I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from ballin'. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I'll be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round the way, so they gon' fuck with me regardless. If I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from ballin'. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I'll be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round the way, so they gon' fuck with me. Yeah, they gon' fuck with me. I'm posted in the cut. You see, I got some bitches with me. They riding regardless of the scene. I've been around the block more than once, a couple of times. I mean, but homie, I ain't snitching. You want it, go spin the block. Come see, I've been about my money. These bitches can't even touch the green. I got a new track for these hoes. I'm calling it. Fuck with me. These hoes broke, sitting at home. Don't know if they making means. I'm clocking in and cashing out. I'm watching them numbers flink go. If I hop out on them, I'ma let them know. I let them know. I get that money, hit the road. I gotta go. I keep it hot. I make it rain. I make it snow. Ain't no relation to the bitch you used to know. Let's get it go. If I pull up on them, I'ma let them know. I get that money, hit the road, I gotta go. I get it go. I keep it hot, I make it rain, I make it snow. Ain't no relation to these hoes, cause what's a gangster to a. If I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from ballin'. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I'll be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round the way, so they gon' fuck with me regardless. If I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from ballin'. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I'll be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round the way, so they gon' fuck with me. Push the gas and I be on it, I ain't pushing on no brakes. You a rattlesnake, step into an earthquake. All these rappers in the game, been some cornflakes. On the radio, sounding like a running sink. Hold my YouTube, homie, starting to turn fake. Get a taste of fame and all of a sudden wanna hit the bank. Every song I heard from you belongs in a septic tank. Now I'm launching missiles at your camp like a Russian tank. You voted for body, then now we playing puppet. Got the brain of a deep fried chicken nugget. Got cops letting these kids die, so I scream, you should've did something. If it was me with that gun, I would've been dumped. 1 hour goes by and y'all did nothing. If a cop won't shoot, then taking guns means nothing. You wanna take the world's full of hate, all these leaders show corruption. Fucking new world order, I bet I go out bustin'. If I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from ballin'. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I'll be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round the way, so they gon' fuck with me regardless. If I want it, I'ma get it. Nothing stopping me from ballin'. Hit the block and I'ma spin it. Hit the gas and I'll be on it. They gon' label me regardless. They gon' label me a target. Been that bitch from round the way, so they gon' fuck with me. Figure that out, but I'm back now. I ain't never gonna back down. I don't back out, feeling like I'm all that now. Bunch of lost friends, don't know where the fuck they at now. Turn my back once, I don't ever turn my back now. I'm on cloud 9, I don't plan on coming back down. I'ma push, work, move, get it. I'll be going till I fall or pass out. Come on. I get to work until I fall or pass out. I've been putting in work, no time to stop now. Been climbing from the bottom and I'm reaching for the top. Non-stop on these mics, I've been fuego to the spot. I've been keeping it jumping, you putos have been flow. You never really made it, nickname Tony Romo. Back up, cut, move out the pocket. When I start to make a move, I'm leaving dust like a rocket. They know I'm quick to make a move. Got them all in the groove. Everybody dances when I'm playing the tune. Oh, baby, here's the stage, she's shaking the whole room. Turn it up to the left, to the right, make them jump, show love. Take the hate outside, no moss, no window, it's bad for your health, no luck. If you fake to my face, then it means you a chump. Make friends, I keep them close like a snack for a lunch. If you mess with my baby, bet I'm packing a punch. Take a sip of this juice if you really want some. Cause I'm sick of all these fakers trying to lash out of us like a jump. Messed up, had to figure that out, but I'm back now. I ain't never gonna back down. I don't back out, feeling like I'm all that now. Bunch of lost friends, don't know where the fuck they at now. Turn my back once, I don't ever turn my back now. I'm on cloud 9, I don't plan on coming back down. I'ma push, work, move, get it. I'll be going till I fall or pass out. Come on. Till I fall or pass out. I'ma kick it in the spot like it ain't hot in my town. I'm a boss, I'ma get it even when the sun's down. Bitches like me before I
want them hoes to try now. Any bitch I ever did the wrong way was low down. Serving big bars, bitches rather keep it low cal. Ain't gon' mention all the names and all the bars I hold down. When it goes up, that's when all the bullshit goes down. I'ma keep working and moving, I'm never stopping. I've been going since a young and it's really no other option. I've been at this for a minute, a trapper, but I be rocking. All the bullshit been behind me, but that don't mean I forgot it. Go, get them up though, turn them up. Me and baby in the club, then they showing us mad love. Never banger for the album, I call it a slam dunk. Going up, and I'm showing these hoes what I'm made of. Look, I ain't gotta talk to them, gotta fuck with them. Game full of clone hoes, I'm instructing them, ducking them. If I can't duck, then I'm crushing them. Someone go and tell the rap game that I'm rushing. Got messed up, had to figure that out, but I'm back now. I ain't never gonna back down. I don't back out, feeling like I'm all that now. Bunch of lost friends, don't know where the fuck they at now. Turn my back once, I don't ever turn my back now. I'm on cloud 9, I don't plan on coming back down. I'ma push, work, move, get it. I'll be going till I fall and pass out. Come on.
Let me bless him with something. Middle fingers up will be the best introduction. I'm nasty, you might regret your assumption. I'm sick, extra disgusting. Tell him what's up, and if this ain't real talk, then it's end of discussion. Should bet I'm not bluffing. Tempers erupt and resemble combustion. You motherfuckers should accept that I'm coming doing overtime. I'ma go for mine, and maybe the reason for the pain in my lower spine. From always standing at the mic and trying to hold a rhyme. I'm the riddle of metaphors with the joker's mind. They both combine, and you can see the elements in me. I'ma be spreading the message, repping the 7 and 16. It's these and T-REV, yeah, we tend to get gritty. Your method, we really be going hard, better than 50% of motherfuckers on the radio. Just being generous, don't hate me though. I should've used a higher ratio. This mumble shit is such a lazy flow. What happened to wanting to be the best at what you do and considered the greatest show? I stopped talking shit when you knew motherfuckers could bring some real bars and then make me hoe. But you can't, you pussies that really got the ability. You without the epitome, if anything, and I know it's what your stomach couldn't handle, and it got the acidity. Yeah, but someone that wanna put you a body of misery. And if I got the liberty, you really thinking you gonna be able to keep up with me? You are honestly kidding me. It's not like you really be saying anything anyway. But me, if you're doing this full of honor and dignity, hard work. Call it overtime, get it in, and I'm ready about to go for mine. It's hard work. Call it overtime. Ain't nobody can dispute. I got to focus mine. It's hard work. Call it overtime. On the books and I do it with my own design. It's hard work. Call it overtime. It don't stop, so we clocking it to hold the rhyme. It's hard work. Call it overtime. Get it in, and I'm ready about to go for mine. It's hard work. Call it overtime. Ain't nobody can dispute. I got to focus mine. It's hard work. Call it overtime. On the books and I do it with my own design. It's hard work. Call it overtime. It don't stop, so we clocking it to hold the rhyme. It's hard work.
I'm about to clock in. Team getting lifted off the juice in the gin. I do what I do when I did what I did. Come at me sideways, I'll be cracking your ribs. You don't ever want to get it out, pull right up to your motherfucking city. If you acting all hard, I'ma serve you to the kitchen and clean your ass up like some fucking dirty dishes. I've been about it, boy. Listen, half of yellow jocks, I put a stop to you like a motherfucker watch. You claim you been the best, but when I call you out, you be ducking in the pond cause the flow never stops. I've been about that life, strangling these MCs, chords from my mic. Step into the booth, we can see who's the truth, cause I knock lights out like Mike in a fight. Come and step the D's and T, and we about to go and wreck the scene. I'm tired of motherfuckers sleeping on us like we ain't got the talent to level up the scenes. I mean, we were working hard, no one hears us, so we come to murk the guards. Be ashamed of yourself, I hope you hang on the shelf and you over my knee like your dad with his belt. I got a lot of dignity, but I won't ever let a shit rapper get to me. I'm stuck in his mind like a tour so vividly. I ain't never had time, no fucking sympathy. We should call you Tiffany. When we step in the room, you be shaking instantly. You finicky little bitch, you just like the agility, but I cut your ass off like a fucking utility. You ain't got no consistency, burning you up on these tracks with humidity, shutting you down like COVID did facilities. Homie talk shit, but he got no ability. I be out here putting work in 24/7 overtimes, what's worth it? You want that publicity, you better be officially working overtime day and night, never miss a beat.
Call it overtime, get it in, and I'm ready about to go for mine. It's hard work. Call it overtime, ain't nobody can dispute. I got to focus mine. It's hard work. Call it overtime, on the books and I do it with my own design. It's hard work. Call it overtime, it don't stop, so we clocking it to hold the rhyme. It's hard work. Call it overtime, get it in, and I'm ready about to go for mine. It's hard work. Call it overtime, ain't nobody can dispute. I got to focus mine. It's hard work. Call it overtime, on the books and I do it with my own design. It's hard work. Call it overtime, it don't stop, so we clocking in to hold the